So, king of steepness. Today is the day, my friends. The most brutal thing of all videos beside demolition tower will come today. If you are new to the channel, if you are a bicycler, this is the toughest route from all what I do. This is my goal, what I work for over 1 year now. Only that you can imagine and you know what I mean. I drive now around 35 hours in 1 week. I'm sitting on a bicycle. And 35 hours in 1 week, you know. I did the last weeks all. And all of that, I don't know if this is enough to reach that goal, king of steepness. Then you have a little bit of an imagination. I'm very focused. I've trained for this. I will show you a few clips that you can also imagine. That will be tough. To me, I'm 40 years. I drive that steepest parts. I will explain that with a 30-year-old bicycle. That is the mountain bike. 12 kilo 5-point, you know. 30 years old. The wheels are 30 years old. You see they are flat here. In the middle is all flat spot. 30 years old. To me, I'm 180, you know, tall. I lost weight now because king of steepness means you drive the steepest parts again, all different steepest parts, you know. They go up until to 35% around, 34-35% steepness, you know. And that you do all the round I created, you know. And that is brutal. And so, for that, I'm 180, I'm 40 years old, and I go down with weight as much as was possible. That means now I weigh in at 61 kilo. You know, 61 kilo, and my heartbeat is around 42 to 43. These are the key facts. When I started with the videos on YouTube, I was about 74 kilo, only to imagine, you know. Now 61, because the lesser weight, the better it is to come up the mountains. So, I did a lot of things only for the imagination. I drove up to, now you don't see it, to that mountain on 2,300 something meter. Drive up, down on the same day, and when I was down, I drove up to the other mountain on 1,900 meters and down in 1 day, you know. So 2 mountains with around 2,000 meters on 1 day. That was easier than king of steepness, you know. I drove 200 kilometer rounds with that old mountain bike, with that wheels, 200 kilometers. And I tell you, that will be easier than this king of steepness. I drove the Höttinger Höll, which is part of king of steepness now. That was the steepest part of a world championship in bicycling. We had it here 2018. That was the steepest part with 28% steepness. I trained there always, you know, all week around, winter, summer, rain, snow, all the time. And one day I did it 5 times in a row. 5 times in a row, and that is easier than now king of steepness. I was sitting 10, 11, 12 hours on a bicycle in 1 day, all easier. We made all the rounds, you know. It's, you know, there exists the Ötztaler Radmarathon. That is the hardest amateur race in the world. And they say when you make the rodeo, you know, we made 2 borders. From 4 borders which they drive, 2 borders we made again. You know, Kudai and Brennerö. And Kudai, they say when you make the rodeo, all 3 sides on the mountain on 1 day, then you are ready for the hardest amateur race in the world, you know. And I made a little bit extra version of that, because with mountain bike it is not that good possible in 1 day. So I made on my birthday an extra route. So that means I could also do that, you know, in other words. And that with this heavy bike. But king of steepness now, I have no idea if I can do it, you know. I have no idea. I have really no idea. I train so much when you have heard this now, but still, I don't know, you know. And I tell you one thing, I made it last year, or in the beginning of this year, I made around 75% of the whole route. And the 75% was harder than all what I have done. That was harder than those 2,000 meter mountains in 1 day. There was nothing against this. That is like hell, you know. And so I don't know how I will film it. I have only 1 camera. That means I will take it in the hand. I will not drive the routes from there to there to there. I will make it in the hand. The rule is simple. You have to go to the part where it starts to come up, this steep part, I drive it with camera up, and you have to do it always by once. Never go down from the bicycle and never rest. Not when you are on, then I make 15 minutes rest and then I drive on to the next, rest again. No, you have to drive all the time, no rest, you know. Of course you can one time, a few seconds go down and drink something, but not when you are on the way on the steep part on. From start to up, always by once. When you have to go down, you have to go back and make it again. That is the simple rule, and that I will do. But the parts, when I come from one steep part to another, to another, to another, that I will not film, only the parts, and that I will call the stations. Station 1, Station 2, then you can check it out. But that was my goal for all the year. I made Demolition Tower, and now we have King of Steepness. Demolition Tower was the fitness part, and now this. And all over 800 videos, that is the most brutal thing, and that will get hell. The last part is 5 times extended Höttinger Höll. That will get a real fight, but I don't know, you know, really, I'm so focused, but I cannot tell you if I can achieve that. With all that training, all that things, it can still happen that I cannot do it, you know. I'm excited, but I don't know, you know, I really don't know. We will start it at my village, and there I always will tell 1, 2, 3 sentences on each part that you can imagine. I have mastered it out, the steepness, again, but if it is that exactly, I don't know. You can imagine up to 34, 35%. I will tell something by each station, and then I lay here in the skate park. I cannot anymore. I'm completely shaking. But now I have already here it is tough, but it's slippery. This version I cannot show you because I have to lean so much forward now. Scheiße. Brutal. Others relaxing at home or whatever, and you drive here the toughest thing and work your ass off. Scheiße. Watch. That is so tough. No chance. Boah, ist das brutal. Watch last meter. This is now it starts. Forward. Go up from the bicycle. The front wheel. I do it, you know. I cannot show you. Come. That was brutal. Das war der Limit. Kill mir jetzt. Scheiße. One-Timer. Scheiße. Nothing was heavier than this. Nothing. Watch the hidden thing. That is a fight again against your own. Scheiße. Kimmel, jetzt reiß die zusammen. Lean forward. Wow, ich war nicht. Lean forward.
kann nicht mehr. Aber wir gehen weiter. Lean forward. Almost done. We have done it. War das Tag. Was ist das Scheiße? Watch. So tough. I'm so hot now. So sweating, you know. Scheiße. Was ist das Scheiße? You know what this means. My legs. Kim. Scheiße, watch. My legs. Scheiße. But we don't fail her. Almost done. Kim. Brutal. Watch this. Watch. That is the last thing now. When we arrived part 6, the steepest, we have finished. You see the snow comes. Now with one hand to hold it, almost impossible. Lean forward. Because that is a yacht club private. Now, the last meters. Watch how steep. And without this, we achieve nothing. With all those chords, 74 chords in 1 year. Wait till light comes again, very quick. The last curve, and then I have arrived it. Forward. Watch. How steep. The last thing, and then I have to go to lean forward. Now we have arrived. Wait, a few meters. Watch the city, how high we are now. We have arrived. The mountain of wind, you know. Hello. And now the last thing, then we are on. That is good, you know, because you can freeze here, but I have a jacket to drive down. And energy, I've lost nothing until now. You know, see, these are the things. Wow. Watch that panorama already. From there we came. Amazing, but when we are on, you will see it. No one, you know. Wow. So amazing area, you know. Complete alone. Hello. No one here. Here you can take a naked shower, you know. Oh, have you seen this guy? Drives here with 150 or so. Crazy, UPS. A real tunnel. Oh, you see that? Oh. Well, you don't see how steep it goes, or? Oh. And from there we came, that is the 2000 meter, the ski resort, you know. And then you can drive all this up and down and on that side, you know. Oh, amazing. And here, oh, a few meters. Wow, that is tough here, you know. Wow, Kevin, more I cannot go, you know. That is too tough. My legs are shaking, you know. Wow.
And then we will see 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. I don't know how long this will take. More I cannot say. Now we go on to the first station at the village, and then King of Steepness, all what I have trained for. Now the time has come. Let's do it. So my friends, now we arrived at the first station. Here is the entrance to all of King of Steepness. I show you that. Here, there it is. That is the round. And there we drive now up. That will be the first thing. But to show you, it is very fresh today, you know. We have it 11 degrees, you see? 11 degrees. And it is, wait, the 25th of September, you see that? 25th of September, 10.15, but I'm already on the way, almost half an hour. So at 9:45 I started it, and now I drive to the behind the circle, and there I show you how it goes up. And from there I film in the hand, you know. I have a backpack also, but not too heavy today, not too much to drink, you know. And then we will see. I go on there and then I say something and then we go into it. King of Steepness. Now the time has come. So my friends, now watch. Here is goes in, and now we drive here because here we have a great view to the city that you see where we are around. And then the first station, you know. Very tough to say because of the clothes. And here, if you're a bicycler, I don't have a bicycling cloth. I don't have bicycling shoes, you know. I make this all with normal stuff. I don't have gels and supplements, no, nothing. I do it all natural, you know. That is my style. So, we have to watch out that no police comes. We feel it all here. Now, we can turn. Too many cars, you know. So, from here, little bit you see now that you can imagine. We are above now, you know. I drive now already up. There is the city. Here around it ends, you know, last part. And that is all outside. So, and here, left on there we have to go. That is station number 1. And then it goes down to the village, to mine. And there, all it started to my bicycling. And around the middle 90s, that was my training route all the time. I made an extra video here. I trained a lot because there you have it all to do all, you know. Sadly we don't see to the mountains now. Then you could imagine how high this is, all easier. But at the end, there we have to go. There is Höttinger Höll, but not the normal Höttinger Höll, you know. That is tough enough, the 5-time extended. So and now, station number 1, the entrance to my village, you know, the new street. They built it, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years ago. And there we have to drive up. It's steep, but all possible, you know. That is nothing. If you don't succeed now here, that up, then you don't have to make anything, you know. But it's still a steep path, you know. But should be absolutely no problem. The speed does not matter, you know. Only always by once, you know, and no brakes. You don't have to go down here. You see it now upwards. And I can only do it with the camera in my hand. I have training gloves by me, I have a winter cap by me, but still it goes, you know. I have all the t-shirt, and now here it is the entrance. So, there up, Station 1, here we are, now it starts. The journey. We are fresh, we are relaxed, and it is no problem to film with camera. It's only that street, but then we have absolutely nowhere. It's nowhere a big deal with camera, you know, because there are not many cars. But you see the street where we came, so that was where I drove up without the camera. Then you can imagine that it is steep here, you know. You see, that goes really quick up, you know, but should be no problem. But station 1, and then here you see the city. You see, we are higher on, and in my village, there we have to make the steepest part 3 times in a row, but there are 3 different entrances. I will show you that. And then we have the secret spot from my village, and there I trained always, you know, because when you can do it there, you can do it everywhere, because steepness, I don't know, up to 26, 27, 28, around that, you know, steepness. Back in the days there was a much steeper part than 28. You will see that. So it's not far, you know, but station 1, and we have a lot of stations, you know. The last one, that is the hell. That is a fight. There you fight for your life. You have to be mentally 100%. That will never be easy for no one. You can train as much as you want. The last part, then, if you are mentally not prepared, you can train whatever you want, you will not succeed. That is brutal. There you have to fight then for all what you have, you know. So I have to always be careful with the talking, because it costs energy and thing. But we make this, you know. Echoes, I have the batteries by me, space to film. But the clothing, I have sun cream on. I don't know the weather today. They say it rain in the afternoon, then not. Now the sun comes out. I have a t-shirt under me, but still it is warm. But on the other side it is fresh. It rains, you know. So I don't know. But from here, you know, don't be surprised. That is only the warm-up, you know, here up. Not that you imagine, hey, what is he talking? No, no. That is the entrance for a route which will last 6, 7, 8 hours, I don't know. You know, and here we enter in. That I will not film. So, wait. Should pass me, this LKW. So that was it, you know, station 1, the easiest part of them all, and now I go down and then we see us. So my friends, station number 2 is here. Oh, now I have to do less thing in. So that goes also up, you know, but that is only there, it's not the toughest, you know. But here you lose a bit energy, you know, and that will count after 4, 5, 6 hours. Then you will feel those warm-up uphills, you know, and that we will make. And then we have the 3 times the same, but with other entrances, but the last part is the same. Then you will see all that. Station 2. You know, to come good in, that is important. But the sun makes it now warm, you know. Thankfully I put on sun cream. But with t-shirt it is too cold. With the jacket it is too warm. Always tough to say, you know. But goes up, you know. I have no idea what will come at the end, you know. If this is possible or not. You see upwards. You know, it's also steep, but I mean, when you do King of Steepness, then this should be no problem, you know. You can see we reached some height already, and you can imagine. But these are really the warm-ups, you know. But I swear you, the last part, the 5-time extended Hüttinger Hill, because when you lose it there, then you have not achieved nothing. When you go down from the bicycle at that part at 6, 7, 8 hours, so station 2, then you have not succeeded, you know. So we go down to station 3 and then we see us. So my friends, now we drove them down. Here we came, you know, and the second round was there, a third, and now here we enter in the third round, you know. That was the second and now the third. And that is the normal entrance now, you know. And that is really a tougher part now. Here you see it now how the feeling is for today. That starts very slow, but then the 3 times now up. The second entrance is right and the left is the toughest, you know. And the steepest part is the end, you know. That is really a heavy part. And there I trained since the middle 90s, you know. Hello. So starts very easy going, and then that is a tough part, you know. But we will see. And you have to pace your energy, you know. Not too fast, not too slow. And I don't film the parts between the steep parts, you know, because I have no camera for that. I would need a chest, but that does no one interest if I drive half an hour to the next steep part. But also those routes, they also cost time and energy. Will you do them quick to be faster, that the whole program lasts less time, or will you make it easy, not that fast, to save energy, but then it will last much longer? There is all strategy behind, you know. So, and now here it starts, you know. And then after the house, the real steep part begins. And also one rule I have forgotten to tell you. You have to drive always straight. Not like I show you that one time, not one and left as you see it often by bicyclists. No, straight or nothing, you know. That ziki-zaki S is not allowed, you know. Hello. So now you see it, here comes the real steep part. My training stool since the middle 90s. Here you can do it all, you know. Made an extra round one time here with filming where I told this, you know. And then left up is the last one, the third one, and here is the second one then to drive up, you know. But now it gets heavy, I tell you that. That is now steep. And when it gets too steep, I have to take my hand on the bicycle like this one, and not to hold it like this, but I have to lean forward, you know. So to come in. And from here we see those stone wall court, if you know my basketball videos. From here I always watch the stone wall. The last mountain what you can see from here. So after the curve, these are around 28% around steepness, you know. 27 around that, you know. And that part we have to make 3 times now in a row. And here you feel it in the legs, you know. And that will cost energy for every station what comes, you know. And no breaks, you know. That is also important, because when you are on there, you make 10 minutes breaks always. That it is a complete other story, you know. Now, here we are. Tough. Boah. Imagine then such a bath after 6 hours. The hitting a hill, that will be a fight of a life. Boah. You have to lean forward. But that the wheel does not go up from the so arrived first time, and there we go down on the right side. It's not that steep and no break here, you know, because if I would sit down here the 10 minutes there would be nothing, you know. So I drive down second entrance, so the next entrance in that station. So go down and then we see us. So my friends, next station behind, you see where we came down, and now we have to drive the other side up. And when we are on, we drive down and then up again, you know. That is the second of the same round now, and becomes also steep after the curve. And then the third time, that is the toughest, you know. And then we go to the secret spot. It's also tough, you know. You see, it's not long, you know. Not that you think, hey, it's not a mountain, yeah. But imagine they come really up to 34% and longer ones, you know, where you have to be really prepared. I tell you that. Here, you know, that small things like this now, that is like a small needle which gives you the little extra thing after 5-6 hours, you know. Those small parts you will feel then. Alone is absolutely no problem. So here we are. There we came down. Wait, turn. Then I have to film now upwards, because now we drive the steep part again. The second time. You know what I mean. Those pieces, after hours, there you will feel them. That I will tell you. That makes then the difference, you know, if you have done all of this or not. So now with no speed we enter in, you know, not that you take the speed, no, no, no. That is not allowed, you know. So we break it down. So there you see, speed is nothing. And now, once again. And then we came from there. That is the third time, and that is the hardest to come up there, you know. But so now, the 27% once again. But the view to stone wall, that motivates me. Oh. But we will see, you know. There are some stations which I have really fear of. But you never know, you know. There comes a point where you cannot anymore. Better you hope this is at the end. The last mountain, you will not see it from here. That is stone wall. Then we drove to K2 Court, the 200 kilometer round around. Whew. Yeah, there are a lot of stations on that side of the mountain and on the other side of the mountains. But the Hittinger Hill, the steepest part of World Championship, but a 5-time extended without a break, that breaks you down. That was the toughest thing from all with Demolition Tower, the video what I made, you know. All mountains, 200 kilometers, all nothing against this. So once again in the steep part, here it is wet, but no problem. It's not slippery now. I have my thing on because of the ears, you know, because it is cold, 10-9 degrees it had. Only 27-28% now. Lean forward. Almost done. Whew. Second I'm done. Now the hardest part. Whew, but still goes, you know. You see, I breathe, of course, but I can talk. That is my fitness level right now, you know. But I tell you, whatever you do and train, that will become not easy. So go down, then we see us at the third time. So now, my friends, the third time, here we enter in, and that is the toughest of them three. Next station. But all possible, you know. Imagine 30 years I'm here driving, you know. 30 years where it all started. Hey, the sheep. They make now they motivate us, you know. You see them? Nice. The doggy. And now here he comes, you know. The last thing on there is the entrance. And you see how steep it goes up, you know. How quick that goes steep up. Oh. You see now. And then we have the secret spot here, or the street up that is also about. I'll show you that in the next station. So that is the steepest from here. And now from that steep part, wow, into the steep part from before. Whew. Ah, you see that? Wow. Lean forward. And now completely left where it is steep, you know, not the flatter ground, complete into the steepness. Whew. So we have no rest time now. And here you will see how you will perform today. And of course you will breathe. That is tough. So here we are, the third time now. And the mental part, if you would know, now comes the end, you know, another 5, 6, 7 hours or 8, I don't know. Stonewall call, but if you have video footage from that view from 22 years ago around. So we go to the right side, car comes and see. Then so last time up here. You know, the 5 time hitting a hill, what I did in a row without a break, it was also not that tough because I trained so much. So last time, but you feel it, you know. It's mental part, you know. And I will tell something why I breathe in the mouth if you have not seen my videos. Last part now. Kim. Arrived. Oh, no break, drive down. Then the next station comes. Tough. Only when I need something to drink, but then at the end of a station, then you drink 1, 2 things and down, not to stay and wait, no. But I still can breathe, but I feel it, you know. Then I will tell you something about my breathing So we go down again, entrance to a new station now, but still in the village. So my friends, now next station, here we have to go up. That is the street where I entered in, you know. The first station up, and then I had to drive down to the village, and that is now the way up, that we come out again of the village. It's a normal street, you know, but not that traffic, also steep, you know, but goes. But you see, when I say not that steep, not that you imagine that it is a little bit flat, no. If someone would not drive a bicycle, then he would not succeed here, you know. But when you train, then this should be no problem. To the breathing, you will see me a lot of times with the mouth breathing, and you would think, boy, is he so finished now, or why does he do that? With the nose would be better. The problem is my nose is so closed down, anatomic, you know. So I was by a doctor, by a director of a ear, nose hospital, and he, you see that now, and he went up with a camera and he said, how do I get breathe there? He wonders how I can breathe with the nose, because it is so closed, you know, and so I don't get too much air with my nose, and so I breathe much more with my mouth, you know, and that is the thing, you know. But also the shoulder is now, there I have to watch out, because the camera, I have the bigger tripod, because I can hold it better, that you don't lose the energy in the shoulder, because at the end everything is needed, you know. Your hands on there for the weight, how you see, go still up, you know. But till now all no problem, you know. And then we have the secret station, that is also tough, but goes. And then comes a tough part, you know. I have the whole round in my head, you know, which stations. And there come really brutal ones, I tell you that. You see, upwards. See, and on there I have to drive down where we started it, the first station, and then the next station comes, the secret station. There I trained always, that was cool, but it is other now, you know, you really see that. So last part, you know. Also here you can relax a bit, you know. Sounds stupid, what a steep part to relax, yeah. When you are trained and it is steep, you can drive a little bit slower upwards, then you can also save energy, you know. Only not go down from the bicycle, that is the only rule, and not making this, you know, and no brake. So now we drive down, then we see us. So my friends, next station, the secret station, there we have to go up, you know. But that street does not exist anymore because it ends in nowhere, but it is a tough part, you know. Whew. That is a training route where I always can train. There are no people, or maybe one in one day, because it ends in nowhere, you know. But it is tough, you know. And so I can train here as much as I want, drive up, down, the whole day, whatever I want, I can train here, you know. Wow, that's steep. With one hand it makes this, you know. Whew. But still all goes, you know. But we are at the beginning. I don't know, 2% we have done now, 2%. Little flat spot, and then I'll show you when we're on there. Wait, now it comes the steeper part. Wait. So here it starts, bam, watch. That was a real street in the 90s, you know. And that was a good training session here by me in my village. There you had it all, you know, because that was more than 28%. The last part, I don't know, 29-30% steepness, but the last part does not exist anymore. And so here is no car because there is no street on there, but still asphalt, you know. So the secret station now. You should know it if you know my videos. There we trained with the kettlebells. We made some videos here, you know. You see the floor? There is the grass out of the asphalt. Then you can imagine. Now you get a feeling. You do that for 5, 6, 7 hours and there come brutal parts, really brutal parts, you know. Longer and much tougher than those now, you know. Now comes a better asphalt from there, show you that. See, here is the asphalt and now there starts the better one, but it's not far, then it ends in nowhere. You see, that was always tough in the 90s. Wow. When you did before in the woods to the lake on, I've shown you also this round once, and then here also, wow, that was always tough. Now it's steeper, you know. Because this part is longer, you know, as the other ones, and then you feel that in the legs, you know. But here after the curve it ends, you know. Because there comes gravel ground, it's small only. There is the end. After the curve is the end. You see, here it ends. There is nothing anymore. My private training street where I can do whatever I want. You see, here is the end. You see, bam. So, I make the turn now. And see how steep it is. And now we go to a complete other. There are glasses in. We have to watch out. And then we see us at the new station. Bam. And that is a tough station, I tell you that. That is over 28% the steepest part, you know. So we see us there. So my friends, I've forgotten almost one station, one of the toughest now, watch. But now, I hope I will not fall down from the bicycle. That is so steep, you cannot imagine. Since the 90s I do that. I have to lean forward. Why is this brutal? Forward. My front wheel. The front wheel, you know. Small but tough. These are 30% or more. Up to the last. Almost done. Arrived. Wait. Short time go down there, you see that? That is very tough, you know. Boah, hefty. So we go down and now, boah, lean backwards. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. God. My friends watch that. That is tough, you know, what we did. So next station, my friends, here we enter in. It's a tough one, especially the end, you know. That is really steep. That is over 30%, but only very small the last, but tough. And then is exactly the second one, you know. Now a car comes. So here we have to enter in. So it still goes, you know. But the legs already you feel a bit, you know. But that isn't all the normal thing. Nothing but a good feeling, you know. But we will see, you know. I try it now without. Weather is a bit cold, wind, you know. And so here we go in. But I wonder now. Go down. The tunnel. It becomes steep, you know. But we are still at the beginning of King of Steepness, you know. That is also still the beginning. Now, there the last part is really tough, you know. That is brutal. That all goes, you know. We are still on the left side of the mountains, you know. On the right side is much more and much longer. Oh. You know, I trained until in the night, in winter, by snow, in darkness, you know. Now a car. And now it becomes steeper and steeper, you know. It's a tough part, you know. And now on there comes the real steep part. Small, but those few meters they also feel after many hours, you know. And now here he comes, you know. Wow, the last meters, when you see that, that is over 30% steepness, you know. Over 30%. And that is tough there. Wow. You see that? Wow. Already now you feel it, you know. Whew. This last one, the left side, I measured one time 35%, you know. That is brutal. Wow. Oh. Oh, I have to lean forward now. Otherwise I have no chance. Wow, my front wheel. Kim, bitte. Wow. Almost not done because of the front wheel. Now we drive all this down because that we have to drive up next station. Wow. So next station now. Here where we drove down, that we have to drive up and a bit longer, you know. But that was tough now, but not from the legs. Of course you feel it. But I almost slipped away, you know. That is so steep even if you lean forward, that you still slip away with this bicycle, you know. So here comes the tunnel, and then what we drove down and a bit more, but also steep, you know. Especially after the tunnel, I put on this again because it is still a bit too cold, you know. Whew. But we done it, you know. Because if you slip away, or then you have to go down, or that should not happen, you know. So here is almost a little bit steep. This in a tunnel, and then you see it goes upwards. But air, legs, yeah, the legs you feel, that is for sure, but normal, you know. Not when you say you cannot anymore at this, but you still feel it already a bit, of course. But watch now, that is steep. That is really steep, you know. So up to the end there we came out by a street, and then we go to a special one, a special station, you know. You see that goes up. But air, no problem. So was. You see. Oh, the smoke is on, you see. Then you see it is fresh. But I also got a feeling then for the last part of today, the final chapter, that will be a fight for your life then. And I think now forward, preparing mentally, I don't know. I will try my best, but if my best and all the trainings is enough to do that, I don't know. We still have to pass where the 34 was. You see that is also steep now, but when you see then how steep that goes down what we made before, then you see really how steep this was. Whew. You see? Here rolls down and see how steep, you know. It rolls down till the end. So now you see it, the left, that was the 34. Watch how steep that goes down, you see that? That is so brutal. When you think here it is steep, that looks like nothing where we're driving now. But you see, that's all ways where I can film relaxed, you know, because there are not many cars. But you see, it's still way up, and then we come to the special one, and then we go to the other side of the mountains, you know. That also needs time to drive there, you know, and then to come, we go from the left side, from the left outside to the right outside. The whole length of the city we also have to drive, you know, and to come to the other mountain. That needs also time, you know. There's no problem, but you know what I mean. It's also an hour, 1.5, whatever, but you still are on the bicycle, and that makes it harder. But yeah, so now we reach the top, and from here we drive down. This is the main street. There we have nothing to do. We also filmed this and made this, you know, I shown you all. In there we were here with the calisthenics park in the woods. So I drive down, then we go to the special one. That is a cool one, but a very, very tough one. Let's do it. So my friends, now next station, and that is a special one, the Brennerrow station. Now I show you, here is our ski jumping on, and there it starts, you know, and that is a really tough route. On that street, where it goes out at the end, there you can come to Italy, the road until to Italy, you know. But there you would need many hours to drive, you know. But now here is the entrance, and that becomes steep and longer, you know. That is now really a challenge. But still, you know, wait, I have to go down now. That should all be possible, you know. Here it is all normal, but after the bridge, after the tunnel, there it starts, you know. And then, wait, and then we have to go to the other side of the mountains, completely to the left. And then we work all to the last right, and then we go back to the middle. So here, when we have finished the left side of the mountains, after that, that was the beginning, you know. If you think that is now all, or if you would drive this and you would be overwhelmed already here, that is like the warm-up. The warm-up for that what comes on the other mountains, you know. Maybe we have done 20%, and the toughest ones, they come there. I tell you that. So here it goes, but then now a wind, you know. I don't know. Better I put it on. It's the wow, wait, the better option. Now I have it. Whew. Here he goes, you know. But now after the tunnel, and then I drive to Italy, you know. That is a tough. The Brennero station there on. And then we have to come to the other mountain, you know. It will take a little time, and now you see here it starts. And that is really steep, you know. That is absolutely steep. Steepness around 26, 27, 25. There it comes, you know. Here we have to come out, and then their own street starts, you know. But also here, that is also upwards, you know. And here is immediately the street right up, you know. Bus now, no. Drive on, drive on. I cannot stop here. Now you see how steep this is. Wow. That becomes now tough. That is the longest here now, on that side of the mountains. Here we trained with the kettlebell in that park. But now, that is no joke now, you know. That is really tough. And long. Wow, and you see the steepness here. Wow, forward lean. Lean forward, lean forward. That is tough now. And long, you know. Oh, that's tough, you know. There it gets heavy. I always have in my mind this hitting a hill, the 5-time extended version at the end, because this was the toughest I've made on the bicycle. Not the hitting a hill. I drove it 5 times in a row, and that was not that tough to me. But when I made 75% of King of Steepness, that last part was the most brutal what I've ever did on the bicycle. That was so hard. That we have to see now, you know. Because when you go down there, you have achieved nothing, you know. That it is. So now you watch out how steep this goes up, you know. That is tough now. No, but all that's fine. But now, lean forward. No, I cannot make it with one hand. I lean forward. Immer zart geht, you know, it goes, but it is tough, it costs energy. That is the thing. All possible, but and die to the end, you know. You see the end, the Schranken, the doorways, or how do you call them? You will not see them with the wide angle. And now steeper again. Wow. Almost already. Not now, no. Wow, one-handed tough. Straight. That is a tough part, you know. What a front wheel. But almost there. Now, can we do it? Yeah, we can do it. And here is the Brennero Street. Hours for hours to drive a little upwards to Italy. We made it. And now to the other side of the mountains. And there it starts completely new. Let's do it. So my friends, now we arrived at the next station. That was a longer drive now, because now I'm on the other side of the mountains where I told you, and I had to come to the outside of the city of that mountain, you know. And that is also tricky, because there you relax a bit, you know. That is the longest route where you have to drive to the whole city, and then mentally you can come down and you think, boy, I have done now the steep parts, now it all is straight. And then when you have to enter in, because now the journey starts completely again, and now the real hard ones much more, you know. That is the brutal thing, you know. You know what I mean? Maybe we made 20%, you know, of all. And that is now the part, because now you thought the legs are now normal driving, not steep, you know, to come here and you come down from the mind, and that is so tough. But now here is the entrance in the next station, and that is a long one, you know. It starts very slow, we come to a main street, and then boom, it goes really long up into the woods, you know. And wait, I have to go down. And now you have to be prepared, you know, not to relax in your head. This were around, I don't know, 25 minutes now to come here, you know, or yeah, around that time, plus minus. And so from here on we go into the mountain, not to the top, you know, but it is now tough. And here is the first station on the right side of the mountains, and there come now so many and so steep ones and so tough ones, you know, and you cannot relax, you know. That is the thing. And now it can become heavier, because you thought it was now fine to drive, you know, but now you have to come in again. That is always the thing. I've eaten a little snack now and drank something, but no rest, you know, only to eat that 2 minutes, 1 minute, you know, 2 minutes around. So only a little bit steep, and from here it starts, you know. After that we come to the street, a little uphill, and then there we would come to Dream Court, you know. That is now longer and steep until to the end, where the gravel ground starts. There we turn, and from there we have to work, and there comes so much, so tough ones, you know. I tell you that. But still goes, you know. But now is the question, you know. How long will it work out? So I have to wait for the car, you know. They're passing me. So here we have to go on, and there comes the real street. That street we ride until to the end. We have to pass a tunnel one time, a small one. Next station, and you know. Now it is more warm. I put away this, you know. The sun came out. Another car, man. And exactly there he has to drive in, man. Fahrzeug zusammen. Das pfeift nicht. You know, when King of Steepness comes, they should wait, you know. I have no time to go down from the bicycle. So this is the real street. And there it's really warm now, you know. Almost too warm for the jacket, but now that is now really longer, you know. There we have to come up, then we will see. You know, there are many stations, and by some stations this is one area, and there we have many different ways up, you know. So that needs a lot of time now to come forward, you know. And here comes then one station which is to me one of the hardest. Normally that should be not that hard, you know. Of course it is steep and tough and hard, but there are other parts, but always this section is brutal to me, you know. We will see today. But I think I will put down the jacket then, you know, by the next station. Here is not allowed now. You feel it already, you know. Especially I told you this slowly or this long normal driving from the city to here, that brings you down, you know. That is not good, that you have to overcome. But I'm prepared, you know. See? Now a little wine, that is good, you know. A little bit with breathing, you know. Not talk too much now. You see, but that becomes much steeper then. And from here we work our way to the last point, and then we have to go back, and then the 5-time extended Höltinger Hölle. that will get brutal. You see that goes up and up and up. And we come to the tunnel, then almost the same long like here, you know. It's mentally tough here, you know. That station, wait. Now it is better. Because you have to come in again, you know, on that side of the mountain. The legs are not that problem for the breathing. The mental part. And that is not easy, you know. If it would be easy, then you would not have to train for that. I know these are now longer, but that is also a challenge because you come not quick forward, you know, to the next station. And if you would know how many stations there still are, that is brutal, you know. So as you can see, now we have to turn, and it goes up again, and then right there comes then the tunnel, and then it goes upwards, you know. You see? It's always a thing mentally, the strategy. I think only to the last part hitting a hill, because then the other parts you forget about them, you know. They can be good because you only think on the last thing and that you make beside, but on the other side you don't have to underestimate those parts now, because they are brutal, you know. And you sit hours more on the bicycle, the energy gets lower, and then it will become tough, you know, when we come more forward. But yeah, we will see here it is a bit fresher because we come higher on, a little bit wind. See, but that is also a tough part because it is so long, you know. Of course it is not come to a mountain, complete other thing, but by so many stations this is really long, and that you feel. And here where the bus is, there comes the tunnel that we have to pass, and then it goes really upwards, you know, until to the last part. There is then the gravel ground, and there it stops, you know. And from there, the train. This is the train which drives to VIB Ridgecourt, if you know my street boy videos. That I drove back in the days, you know, this train. You see? Still goes, but you have to be mental very good, because They need so much time, you know. And there you can think a lot. Now you see a small tunnel that goes upwards, you know. You see? Now it becomes heavier. You see? You see that station is longer. You see now, goes upwards. All wet now, you know, all is wet. You don't see it, but it's all wet now. Now upwards. You see? Now comes the green field then, after that. And now steeper again. You see? Now steep, the green field. That's where it's tough. Now it gets tough, you know. Both hands on the bicycle, save some energy. Bare hitting og hyllen. I don't know. Tough, you know. Oh, it is warmer here in the sun. You see, up, then we turn the right one and up again. Tough. Yeah. But it's not easy, you know. That is not easy. see the turn. You know, now a tiredness came to me. I don't know, from the flat driving or from the energy, from the eating what I've eaten. But that you have to overcome, you know. Because there will always be something. If you think that will be light, even if you train as much as you want, that will never be light. You see? All up, you know, from that perspective. That is the first station. Sorry, came out my eating, you know, all the drinking. First station on that side of the mountains. It still goes, but the whole thing is so tough, you know. And the mental part, when you think what comes there, the last part, that is so brutal. You see how high we are already. Then you know how much in that quick time we have made, you know, meters. Then you can imagine the steepness, you know. Egos is not the steepest, but here it is, yeah, a good steepness, you know, in that words. Not too steep, but a good steepness. You see, that we have to overcome all, you know. I told you this is longer. Not going down from the bicycle, then the left curve, you know, and up again. You see, all is wet, the whole jacket is wet. But here cars come, not many, but always listen a little bit, you know. When we drive a little bit on the left side, you know. So up again, and then the right turn. After that, only driving, you know. You only have to sit on and drive. That is all what is needed. Think nothing and drive on. You see, here comes the turn, right turn. King of steepness, we are in this day, king of steepness. I cannot believe it. We really do it. You see the turn now? Total. All those trainings routes, what I've done here, the preparing, all, then the long outside routes, and on it was so tough. Now here comes the finish at the end, you know, from that station. You see, there is the finish at the end where the house is. Goes, you know, but you feel it. That is the thing. I can talk, you know. You hear that? It's not that problem. The legs, the breathing, not the heartbeat, not, you know. But the overall thing. Now, Here you see it's not allowed to drive with bicycling. You can drive on left on the gravel ground, but that route we don't need now. You see, I show you that. Here you see private ground, no bicycle, and here starts the gravel ground. So I made it. I drive down, next station, and there come now brutal ones. So my friends, now we arrived at the next station. Here is the entrance, and that is a brutal one, you know. At the end we have to come now to a normal street. There he goes, and then it goes up steep, you know, really steep. And the end, that is not long, but that is one of the steepest of all streets what I know here, you know. And that is brutal. That is really brutal. There, when you don't enter in quick, you have no chance. You will go down from the bicycle. So steep this is, you know. But you will see that. Wow. That is now a tough thing, you know. Here come now all tough things. You know, that is all also upwards, but there goes main street then. Only part where we have to be a bit careful with the camera because of the police, that they don't see me, that I have it in my hand. So I will take my hand like here and vlog from here, you know, then they don't check it. Like here now I have my hand on, then they don't do anything because you have both hands on your bicycle. So wait for them. I'm still on the bike. No, how many? So now, not going down from the bicycle. So here, that is not straight. That is also a bit upwards, but very relaxing. There we can go in the higher ones. On the other side of the mountains, there we were, you know. But that last part from here, from that station, that is brutal, you know. There you have to fight on, otherwise you have no chance. Brutal steep, you know. That is over 30% steepness. And now here he goes. And then we drive upwards. Left upwards, also a street, and then he goes in. So here he goes, you know. That is now the only straight path. Boah, have you heard it? Bomb, bomb. There is shot somewhere. So that is the, you hear it again 4 times. I don't know. So that goes and then it comes, you know. See, at the end then we have to turn left, and then it goes really upwards. This is a main street. I have to watch out for the car, what comes, police or not. No. Verstehe gut. So, we have the best. One little feet down from the bicycle, that can happen. But here it is no problem because that is not steep, you know. The steep comes from here on. So we go left in, you know. And there it is more quiet and then it goes really up. Left. So we turn in now. And here it starts then. We have to overcross the train and then boom. I go down. You see? But all goes, you know. All still works out, you see. And from after the drain, there the real steep comes. And at the end, that is absolutely brutal. I will tell you that when we are on there. So, wow. So, that is really tough. You see, on there, we have to go. Here is also from there, the steepness, you know. No joke here. Yeah, we can pass it, there is no drain. It's also the drain to VIP Rich Court, you know, which drives here. And you see here the steepness. That is steep, you know. The sun. Good that I have the sun cream on, you know. I have known it. Now you can watch. We always make the right turn and drive left is longer, you know. And see. Upwards and then left. And see. Here we go. Now it comes really steep. And our car comes. Has to wait. You see now. Very steep. Does it come up? Yeah. But then at the end there comes the real brutal part, you know. You see? Yeah, good thing where he drives up, you know. It's tough, you know. But then the entrance in that brutal one after that, that is heavy. That's a challenge, you know. Steep here. You see? That is no joke. And then there comes the steep part. The steepest, you know, from here, from that station. But when I see that is so brutal, the entrance left there, you know. Wow. That will get now a fight. But I have to drive in quick, otherwise we have no chance. Now a real fight starts from here. You see that entrance? But it's over 30% now. Puh. Boah, scheiße. Boah, come on now. Jetzt Bock, meins. Kim, schnell. Oh, oh. Boah, the first thing you have done. That is tough, you know. Brutal. Das ist immer brutal, ja. You see that? Die. Oh, heftig. Wow. Boah, lean forward. Boah, the wheel. Ah. Tough. Almost done. For last meters. Here is the end point. Done here. Gravel ground. Wow. Wow. Watch how steep this is. Wow. Tough. I go to the next section. So my friends, now the next station starts, and that is this station, what I told you, the scary one to me. I don't know why, but it is always so tough to me. That is also long, and from on there at the last point we see to our end point, to Höttinger Hell. But that does not mean we are at the next step by this section. No, that will last long, because we have to make so much stations, so tough. But here you see, that is the entrance. That becomes brutal here, you know. That is always a fight. But we will see, you know, how it works out today. I feel all the training that it has worked out now, you know, until now. But we will see, you know. That is also upwards, but not that steep. But it's long, you know. Then the last thing, wow, tough. Hello. You see, it's only the beginning, you know. If you don't know it, be surprised what there comes, you know. That is tough. You see, animal coming to my face, boom, go away, you know. That is a tough route. That is only the entrance here, you know. That is nothing from that station. There comes then, also a longer one, you know. But brutal. There you feel the legs, you know. Always a fight then. So here comes then left, also a steeper part. Then we are in the main street. Drive up, goes, and then I told this a lot of times, we have to drive down. Why? Because from the last point on it is more tougher, you know. And also when you drive down, that is not that big break, it is really tougher, you can believe me. Now you see, here comes the left turn, and here it becomes steep, you know. You see, that is now the real entrance. You see, I don't know how long we are on the bicycle already. I have no idea. I have nothing, you know, no time, no watch, no heartbeat, nothing. All uninteresting to me. Only thing is archive. Do you archive it or not? It's only that, yes or no. Nothing between, yes or no. You see? And there we have to turn left and right, but we make now the right thing before. And then two sections here, you know, two stations. Now the weather changes a bit, you see that in the background. They say it rain, but we see, I have to do it. If it's raining or not, uninteresting. I'm on the way up to King of Steepness. Will we succeed? But we are good in the way, you know. But then in one village there are many parts, you know. There is also one of the toughest. Boy, that is so brutal. We will see, you know. So almost there, by the purple rain, that it is called that station, you know. the purple rain, because it is the Rhine rain, you know, in English. The Hüttinger rain, here you can read it, the purple rain. So real street, only way a little bit straight now. So wait. Here we also have to come then, that is also a station, the same way up then as we will drive here. Now we have come the first part, you know, I've seen a bit steep. Now we drive a bit straight and then comes the street up, and then the real journey starts, you know. Then we drive upward, downwards, and then that is tough, you know. So go forward a bit, you know, then comes the left turn, then brutal, you know. I have no idea why this is so tough to me, you know. I have no idea. It's always tough, you know, always the same. So wait, when no police comes. So here we have to turn left, then it starts again, you know. Little bit upwards, right one, and then all down and boom. And then it is really tough. So wait, watch. No one comes. Left. So now, here we go in, you see. That is the main street. No. Scheiße, die Ketten. No. Scheiße. Na. Geh rein, du Scheißdreck. Na. Scheiße. Jetzt müssen wir. We have to go down now. Man, nein. Man. This must happen, or wow, the shit. Now we can repair our. Yeah, what else, you know, that can happen. Yeah. It is what it is, you know. Exactly now, you know. It happened to me in Italy one time, you know. That would be a bigger problem. Man, no. But these are the unexpected things, you know. You see that? But I make this without the camera and then we go on. So we can go on. It is repaired. I try it out. But that also makes nothing, you know, because that is not the steepest part. Now we have to wait for the bus. You know, that was now 1 minute. It was in very quick, so no problem. I didn't have to make my hands dirty, you know. It was only go backwards. But it was my fault, you know, because when I drove up, I made it too wrong, you know, from a too high one. But that happens with the camera in the hand, you know. Yeah, now it goes. But you know, here, that is not the steepest part, so this minute makes nothing, you know. So but yeah, that can happen, you know. These are all circumstances what you have to plan in, you know. But now we go on, and that makes really nothing here, you know. That section to go down, was it 1 minute maybe, you know. But you have seen it. What shall you do? When you cannot drive, you cannot drive. But so here to be turned right. So last section and then down, and then brutal, you know, brutal. And then after that we have to go that route. So last meters, and here he comes. Bah. I don't know, it's always so tough, you know, to come up. Bah, comes my ice out from before. To the last house on the fields, and then up until to gravel ground, and there you see to the Hüttinger Höhe. The last thing what we will do today, but I think that will be in a few hours. So much we have to do from here. But hopefully they don't build here. I hear workers. Hopefully we can drive down, you know, because here we have to go up, you see it. That, yeah, that goes. You see how steep this is? Oh, the backer. You see? That is tough. And from down there, there we start, you know. There's also gravel ground. From gravel ground to gravel ground we drive now. The scary route to me, the scary station. I have no idea why. So, you see, here comes the gravel ground, the stones, and from here we drive it now. Wow. I have no idea how it will work out today, you know. So, now the journey begins. Until to the end, you know. Wow. You know, more fit I cannot be there now. So, yeah, we will see, you know. And that really makes sense to drive this down because that is steep, you know. And then to make the whole part is really tough. You know, that took me a long time to make this king of steepness, that route. That makes all sense, you know. When you are finished here, you have no chance. Wow, all will think so now. No, not to us. No, what are you doing? You see? Servus. So, wow, it's steep here, you know. But the air is not the best. So and upwards. Oh, now it gets long and steep. Tough section now. I tell you where the point comes where it gets tough to me. But maybe not today, I don't know. You see? Upwards. Hello. You see that goes up. Tough section, but the steep is still to come, you know. There's one street that is brutal, and that is the last part then, the 5-time extended Hüttinger, but not the Hüttinger or other street. And that is absolutely abnormal, unnormal, tough, extreme. But asphalt, you know, boy, that will be heavy. There we have to drag the bicycle, then the stairs up a few meters. It makes it much more tougher because you have no brake. Then 5-time extended. No brake and go up to the Hüttinger Höhle. You see, comes then a curve, then the fields all up, then from the fields the part up, you know. But now it goes, you know. Air is no problem, the heartbeat not. The legs not, but it's tough, you know. But all normal right now. You see, it goes long. You see that? It becomes tougher, you know. But we will see, you know. Hands to the bicycle, save some energy. Ja. So you see, still goes, you know. Car comes, turn to the right side. Still goes, you know. But then the Höttinger Höll. This last ballet goes always in my mind. The whole route until now, from today, goes to my mind. Now the turn. You see. Few meters to relax, goes also upwards but not that steep, and then by the fields to the house, and then the last part to gravel ground. And from here on it starts always to me that it gets tough, you know, but we will see. But I'm good in the way. Then we have some very steep. And now the steepest comes, you know. The longest and steepest that will come then. There we have round. And then in the village, the more rounds, and then more outside. Here you see now, here he goes upwards to the cows. But you know, when I've trained here a year ago, I have done it with the other bicycle. It was even 1 kilo heavier than this 13.5. And then 1 kilo you feel, you know. And also I had no air in the wheels. And with no air, or very soft, you know, really soft, not for normal people, soft, too soft, you know, no air in, then it becomes so tough, you know. But now we go on, you know. Still goes, you know. To the cows, you know. You see to the end, and then left on, and there we see then to Höttinger Höll. You see the cows. It's tough here, you know, but still goes. Bicycling, female comes. Car comes. Hello. So you see here we have to go up, then more, and then we can watch down to Höttinger Höll. And I don't know, in 3 hours or so we will arrive there, and then we get brutal once again. Another car, but drive on, Kim, for I have no time to go down. Yeah, today the strength is there, the endurance, all, you know. But 35 hours a week on the bicycle, you know. Another car coming up. Scheiße. But I go with my ribbon. You know, here it gets heavier. You see, car. The cows watching us. Oh, but here then left on, you know. Tough, but still goes, you know. see. But even the back today is good, you know. Normally you feel by those steep things, the back now, small one, not hurting, you know, from the hard driving, you know, by those steep parts, that is normal. But now left on, you know, that is the tough thing. But still goes. You see, here we have arrived, but now until the gravel ground, you see the steepness here. Wow. That is always then a fight here. That is now the steepest, you know. I see, still goes. All the training, what we did, the mountains, 2019, 2200, 2300, all that counts for here, you know. 200 kilometers, 5 times hitting a hill in winter, by snow, by ice, in summer, by rain. Tough, but I feel nothing in the legs, nothing in the heartbeat, nothing in my breathing, you know. Then you know it. Oh, that is good, you know. But I remember when I was one time on there in winter, I was so finished. And I trained a year ago or so for that route. Wow, that was brutal. There was a fight with the winter cap on. I think there was snow on, you know. Still goes, you know, still goes. The energy is there. That is a good sign. But that is tough, you know. You can see I can talk, I can breathe, I can hold my camera. All goes. Now almost finished. Then we have done this carry section also. This carry station. Now almost flat. We drive to the gravel ground. Then I show you down the hitting hill. It was good. Very fit. Yes. You see the city here behind. Yes. That was a good sign now. But now still the left section 2 times in a row. Yeah, but we will see, you know. So, a few meters on the gravel ground, because here we can watch down. Then you see where the end is then after a few hours. So wait. Here you see it. And now, wow, when I see that hitting a hill, watch now from here. 1, 2, I go down. Wow, here you see it. There it is. Beside this house we will drive, and up there. When we are there, I will show you up to here, you know. Wow, then 28%, this is the entrance, you know, to the 28. But now I drive down, next station. So my friends, now we arrived down. There we came on, and here, left side, what I told you, 1 time up, is not far. But then to drive all down, and then from the other side, where I also have shown you, the steep part, but ends in the same way from that street, you know. That is now the next section here. But that goes, you know. Only takes time, that is the thing. It makes you more tired for the end, you know. And brings out more energy of the legs after then many hours, you know. That goes, but the left one is steeper then. And then we have things what I like personally, you know, but they are tough. But they are challenges always, you know, but I like them. You will see that in the next stations. And then we enter in a village, there are more. And then outside. And then will come the end, you know. But it's a long route until I hope the accus, the battery will hold. I have 5 by me, but it's already the 3rd in, you know. You see? That is cool, you know. King of steepness, we are really in. Better than ever, you know. Better than ever. You see now, there this house is the last edge. There is the Schranken, the doorway that we have to pass, and then we go down and drive all on this left side up. It's a bit longer then and steeper. But that section is then the same, you know. Still goes, you know. Drives backwards with his car. You see, on there is the last edge. The weather, you see the weather? I don't know. But we will do it, you know. So, should be no problem, but that is now steeper, you know. After this line, I don't know. You see? Upwards. Still goes, you know. The backpack is not too heavy today. Not too much to drink in. Maybe 2.5 liters for all. That has to be enough. Because you don't want a heavy backpack here, you know. So we have to cross it one time. Wait. Oh, we have done it. You see? And now we make the turn. Drive all down. So, wait. You come here. So, I drive all down and then we see us. So my friends, now here was the purple rain, you know, and now we drive left on, drive them all down now. That is steeper now, you see, begins steeper, but now 39% on the third echo, and there we get a problem now. So I will tell you something. Wait. So here to go up once again, but the tougher and longer one. After the before we enter in the outside, you know, because it is on the way, I will drive home, only go up and put 2 echoes in the station, 2 batteries, because otherwise we will have no chance to film the last part, you know, and I don't want that the battery runs out when I finish it, because that is the brutal part then. So I will do that because I know it, you know, and I don't want to have a power station here and on, because that needs longer and extra weight, and you never know when you drive if this connects in, you know. So I will do that. Then we can be relaxed to drive all up without thinking about if the battery runs out, you know. So that is cool, you know. Energy is still there, but I tell you, that is brutal. When you don't train that much, you have no chance, you know. You know, I can talk now, but I train so much. That is really tough, you know. All that in a row. That is deep here, you know. But still all good, you know. Otherwise, if it would not be good, how will you survive the last part from the day? But there I will fight, I believe me that. And now the tiredness is away, you know. You see? Still goes, you know. Here we came out to the street where we have the last part upwards. All goes the legs, the heartbeat, the breathing, you know. Now we arrive at the street, one more time up, and then we have a smaller one, and then come really tough ones, you know. Fourth equine, the fifth is always a problem because I don't get it out. That needs sometimes 15 minutes because it's damaged. So, meow meow, cat. So last time up, and then a small one, and then come tough ones. Well, you will see that. Almost there, you know. You see? So one more time, second time. So, do we come in? Yes. So we have done it. Next station is done. So wait, so my friends, next station, but that is a small one, you know. That is only that upwards, but still that is steep, you know. And it takes out energy of the legs, even if it's small. Lean forward, because that also costs energy, you know, when you then arrive at hours at the last spot. So small, but also good, you know. And now we go on, you know. We see us at the next station. So my friends, next station, wait, I have to go down. So, I have a new Equine, you know, the Ford. So here we have to drive up. Now come really steep parts, you know. That is tough. But, and then a few more, then I go home and do the 2 Equos in, you know. But now here also one of the steepest streets what I know comes at the end. It's not long, but it is brutal, you know. But I was never better in shape than right now, you know. Never ever when I entered in here, it was brutal. But today, all there, you know. But that is now also the last part is 34%, you know. 34% around. That is really tough. And then comes a long one, but still goes, you know. You see now, oh, now comes the, but it's not long but tough. Now watch how steep this is, you know. We have to cross the right way. There are the 34. Whew. You see that already. Lean forward. You see, tough, but still goes, you know. Still goes. Whew. Wow, almost not done. Wow, so steep, you know. Whew, we made it. Whew, watch how steep this is. There we came on now. Wow, tough, really tough. Whew. So now my friends, one of the toughest. Wow. Ah wait, shit, ich habe den falschen Gang. Shit, I have to, didn't work out, because here you have to drive down, you know, quicker. Wait, have to watch for the car. There you would have no chance, you know. Oh, wait, I have to go down a taxi. So, wait. Because here you're not allowed to drive back, you know. Our car comes now down. But we have to wait, you know. Wait. So my friends, now one of the toughest ones here. That is brutal, you know. That is longer and that is really tough. Wow, I tell you that. There was always a fight here, you know. But still, wow, animals. Still it goes, you know. Here is the only section where it is normal and then it gets brutal, you know. Really brutal. But that is a nice way, you know. But now here it starts, you know. That is really tough. Now watch from the curve on. Wow, that goes up, you know. Now here, forward. You see that? Oh, what is that? The cat is here. So now another cat, have you seen it? Nice cat. Here is another one. Under the car. But watch now, that is tough. Whew. War brutal. Here is no asphalt. Wow, that is slippery. Wow, watch. Ah, that is tough. Wow, this is so tough. Lean forward. Wow, oh, this is echt tough. Wow, wow, this is tough. That is tough, you know. You see. They made the asphalt here, but not good. Ah, there's a car on. No. Servus. No, exactly, there is a car. No. But that can happen, you know. We'll see if we can cross it. Tough, you know. Really tough. But we will see now that no one comes out. So, wow, brutal, yeah. We made it, yes. That is good. But that is tough here, you know. That is really tough. Wow. Brutal. This is echt brutal. But the last edge now, can we? But stop. When it is that small, you have to drive faster. But here it ends, you know. No. Here I cannot drive more. Here it ends. And here is no asphalt, you know. Here I slip. But we made it, you know. Normally you came out here. But we made it, you know. But here it is too dangerous to fall down. It is slippery, you know. By that steepness, you have no grip. It is so steep, you know. I have to turn somehow. That is tough. To come back from here. Wait. Now. It was tough. You see? But we made it, you know. Tough, you know. This would only be to drive right on this 1-2 meters, you know. That was tough. Now we go down and then the next section. So my friends, next station. Here we have to go up, you know. Then it is a bit straight, but then it goes up again. And that is also absolutely brutal steep, you know. I tell you that. Lower one. You see? But that was now brutal, that station, you know. That is so steep. But still goes, you know. But there you lose some energy. But still all okay, you know. All good. So here comes a straight path. But then it goes up the street, and then the last section is also brutal, you know. So here we can go a bit quicker. So only straight path here. Looks nice, or? And you see it, here it starts, you know, the street. But that become really absolutely steep. There comes so a steep street you cannot imagine. So, but we are good on the way, you know, king of steepness. You see now, here it starts. So now we go down. Again, up, you know, from before. And the weather still is good, you know. I think it will stay so. I don't know how late it is, I have no idea, but here you see it goes up. That becomes so steep also, but that is also a fight always. But we will see today. But that was now tough because the asphalt was not good. You have seen it always with sand. The rough asphalt, this to come in because you have to drive faster that you don't move too much, you know. But we made it, you know. So here we go up, you know. That all is steep, but goes, you know. But it's also steep. But for that, what we drive, that should go, and then it will be heavy. You see down to the city. Now a car comes, and after that, I take my batteries home because it is on the way. 2 accus, as I told you. And then we make the village and outside, and then it's enough time for the watch. That is tough, or that is tough. And then left on, you know, the left part on. Where does the car drive? Left? No. That is brutal. This left part will be a fight. There you lose the energy now by those steep parts. For then the last part, you know. You see? And now steep. But after the curve there, it is so so brutal. But we still have a lot to do, you know. It's not becoming quick that we come to the Hüttinger Hill 5 times extended, you know. It's unthinkable, you know. But now it gets heavy. From here on, car, you see that? That's tough. But now the left part, you know. Wow, how many cars are coming? I have to drive left, you know. Forwards. And now here on, you know. Wow, that is tough. Na, scheiße LKW wieder. Was tun die heute? Boah, hey, scheiße. Mann, nein. So ein Dreck. Exactly now he drives down, you know. Man. Scheiße, jetzt muss ich warten. Das nutzt nichts. You see that? Scheiße. Aber kannst nichts tun. What does he do? Nein. Vor Aue oder vor Aue? Ja. Vor Aue. Man. But these are the things, you know. What shall you do there? But here I don't want to be behind of this truck because that is so steep. I would not trust in the brakes, but tough. What is a fight? But there, I saw the car comes. No. Wow, Sache. That we also did in winter, you know, by darkness. Also, there was one time the last part what I drove. What Sache. There you lose energy. Brutal. Sache. Wow, brutal. Heftig. Almost done. Sache. Wow, brutal. Das wird nur scheiße. This will be a brutal thing, but will still come. Wow. Made it. But it was tough. Animals. There you lose the energy in the legs. Scheiße. No, not scheiße. That was not the first time, no. That was only because I know what still comes, you know. That I mean, that it is not good that you lose energy. that still goes, you know. You hear it by my breathing. But as always, we drive to the outs view that you see down, and then 2 batteries home, quick to the toilet from the drinking water, and then from the iced tea, and then drive the villages. That is, yeah, a few routes. Now watch, that is nice. You see, here we are. That is the last spot here. Here it ends, you know. But not today, you know. Here is the end, you see. There is nothing anymore. Where we drove up now in that quickness. We now go down. And then the outside things, they are also longer. They will take some time to drive there, to drive all back, and then the 5 time extended. But I have no idea how late it is, you know. I hope that we don't come in darkness. But I have full lights, you know. Full lights, you know. But only go up, batteries in, toilet, go down, village. Oh, it is the city, but I call it a village because it is outside, you know. But now I drive all down to the home, and then we see us at the next station. So my friends, now I'm back, you know, was at home. Now watch, next station. You see how steep this goes up, you know. Now we are in that village what I told you, where we have some stations to pass, you know. That is tough, you know. And the toughest is the last one here, you know. So I put in the 2 batteries, the Echos in German, batteries, you know, batteries. And then we have good full loaded batteries for the end then, you know. But watch. But you know, don't relax, even if all was good now. But it is not done, you know. We have achieved nothing, only when we finish it. And it's not finished. So we have to go on, you know. If you heard them. No, that is steep, you know. But they made here those, they were not here, those na hier. So ein Scheiß. We have to cross it. Boah, that is here too steep, you know, man. So ein Scheiß. Boah. They were not here, you know. That you don't drive here, that is the thing. But what shall you do, you know? That can happen. You see, this is too steep to make it between. I was not here when I was last time here. I was never here. But on there, that is the first station. And here we have a few. And then outside too. One is really long. And then we enter in, you know. And then it will get brutal. Because then you have so steep parts, the steepest street of all here, which will come, and then to enter in, that is brutal. And you see, here left on. Almost done, you see. It's also, you know, it's not far, and we have made the first station here. You see. Hello. People sometimes looking so angry, watching so angry. I don't know. Almost there, you know. And then still goes, you know. But that will be brutal. The last part, the 5 time extended, when the steepest street is done, from there on it will be a fight. And I have really, even if I say now I'm good, all what we done hours, I don't know. I have not watched to the clock. I don't know. But I have no idea if I can do it, you know. Even if I'm now so good, still I have no idea, because I know how tough this will get. And then if I cannot do it, then I have achieved nothing, you know, nothing. Then so we have to do it, you know. That is the thing. That goes, you know, is only longer. But the steepest is the last that is, but it costs also energy. That will be tough. You see, almost there. Here comes the flat spot, you know. And we drive down to the second station here in that area, village, call it what you want. And the weather is more colder, but you see the snow in the mountains. Snow is on the top. I have not seen that, you know. And it gets more darker because the sun is away. But this last part, it's only that in my mind, you know. But we will see. So here it ends, you know, that is the top. Then we drive down, then second station. Now a car comes. But here we have to turn, you know. So you see, here it goes down. So we have to go back to the village, drive down, then next station. So my friends, now we arrived at the second station, but here we have to go up. That becomes also steep, you know, small and steep. So station 2, watch, you see that? Wow. Oh, a free dog is on, you know. Yeah. But we will see, you know. Up to the end. You see? There you lose energy, you know. Then for the last part, but still all goes, you know. All goes. You see the doggy? We have exactly there to go where the doggy is, you know. Hopefully he does nothing, because that is the steepest part. You see now. These are the things what happens. We really have to cross this doggy because the man goes behind. Oh, no, here. You see? Scheiße. But scheiße because of the dog, you know, not of the street. Oh no, hey. You see? But that is steep, you know, that is really steep here. You see, one is pushing the bicycle on there, but not we, you know, only the dog. Whew. But here you lose energy, you know. Whew. Tough, you know. It's really steep, you know. You see that? Really tough. Still goes, but tough, you know. Wow, almost done. Wow, hands down to the bicycle. Almost done. You see? That was tough. So station 2. Now we drive on to the third and then we see us. So my friends, next station, and that is a tough one, a very long one. You know, that goes really steep upwards then. But we have to do it, you know. All stations, and they are all in that area now, in that village. Wow. I always call it a village, you know, because it is like a village. You know, here are really steep things, and the last one is then the most brutal one. And that section is now the finest, but still steep, you know. That is the thing. So, cars here are few, you know. Not much, but so you see, there we have to go. Then it goes upwards, you know, really upwards. And that takes the energy out, you know. And also the strength in the legs, you know, all. But still goes, you know. But the last, I only think on this last chapter then, what we have to do, you know. Because that will get so tough. But we will see, you know. I will give my best, all what I have, you know, 100%. Not 99, 100. All what I have I will give, you know. But if this is enough, I don't know. All the training, 35 hours on the bike a week, I have no idea, you know, if this is enough. Plus the other training, the street ball and the other training, you know, with the kettlebell. That is extra. Cars, hopefully no police. But now the steep part starts from here, you know. But still it goes, you know. But it is tough, you know, that is really tough. That is not a joke. Now you see it. Here on. And then the next passage on, you know. Now watch. You see that? Wow. But we will see. Now we enter in. Wow. You see? But there is not the end, you know. A few meters flat and then it goes on. But now the steepest. Whoa. Lean forward, lean forward. Oh, what? Oh, I have to hold it. Wow. Zach. Heftig, you know. Really heavy. And now on there, you know. Wow. That's tough, you know. That's tough. You see that? Wow. Wow. Only I think what still comes, you know. Then I think on that and there will come so much more, you know. But that is a tough one, a really tough one. That you also have to fight. Brutal. Watch. Brutal. Watch now. On there is the end, you know. Wow. Brutal. Heftig. Wow. Heavy. What Sache. You see that, then comes gravel ground. Gravel ground. Oh. Brutal. Brutal. Watch, here is the end then. We make it. Brutal. Almost done, you know. Almost. But this is brutal. That is really heavy. Now we have done it. Here comes this edge, and here we have done it. So, from here we have to turn. So steep. Watch down there, you see. Now we drive down. You see that? Go down, next station. So my friends, now next station. Here we enter in. You see? A tough one. You know, but still goes, you know. But again, no idea how this will work out at the end, you know. You see? Upwards. And then we have outside 2 sections. They are tough, you know, and long. You see, all up, you know. Oh, Sache. Like, it's really steep here, you know. I told you, here are some of the steepest parts, you know. So you see that. Oh. I've driven both ways, the left and the right, you know. When you see where the woman stands, the right is private, there it ends in park place. The left is our route. Looks here better, but it becomes more tougher because it is longer. Here is only the small part, then it is straight. What's auch jetzt? Watch now. That is it. I have to go with my wheel to my bicycle with the hand. Wow. Brutal. Sache. It means tough. Wow, heftig. But all goes, you know. But of course tough. But better in shape than ever, you know. But that will get so tough then, you know. And I imagine forward then at the end. Watch, it goes on, you know. Tough. But the steepest here comes, you know. And then to another one outside. You're at the end of the city, and then the 5-time extended, you know. For most people, I would say 98% who lives here, is only 1 time driving up the hill not possible, you know. I told this once. For bicycle, of course, when they train, but the 5-time extended there will fall down another many people, and we drive all of that, you know. After hours we will enter in. I don't know how many hours we are on the way already. But you see, wow, And here you see it's straight here, or not that steep that here. So this left way is the better one than the right way. And that is more private, you know. That is the normal way. Tag. Brutal. Brutal. But goes. Here on is the end, you know, where the cars are. Tough. Brutal. This is so brutale Runde here. Brutaler. It's more brutal than all other things. I tell you that. Because, you know, until to here, I would say no. There are the mountains, some tougher. But the end then, when you enter in, after all of that, what we did now, but you will see that. I guarantee you, that will be brutal, you know. Brutal. But you will see that then. You see? So here is the street. And from here we drive down again. So we made now the station, you see? Here we enter all. And now the next station a bit more far away, you know. Go down and then we see us. So my friends, now next station. And now it becomes brutal, you know. Very steep, you know, very steep. But still goes, you know. So here we'll watch out now. Wow, that is tough. Wow, you see that? Wow, this is brutal. And so when you see that, you will say, wow, no, I go down, you know. You see that? Wow, that is hefty, you know. After all those hours, and I told you, wow, that is tough here in that area. You see now, wow, this is brutal. That is so steep, you know. Wow. Wow. Watch from here, and it becomes now the steep, and also already here, you know. Wow. Brutal. Wow. There the energy goes out, you know. The strength in the legs. Wow. Watch now. What is it so zach? That is so heavy, you know. I tell you that. Boah, zach, jetzt geht's los. Here it starts, the steep part. Brutal. But we do that, you know. We do it. But the steepest streets still to come, you know. I tell you that. Brutal. Puh. You see, wow, Sache. Wow, hands to the bicycle. Sache. Brutal. Scheiße. First time, you know, it's tough. But goes, you know. Brutal. Now he goes on, you know. Brutal. You see, goes on. Here is a little bit flatter, but here it becomes more steeper again. You see, it's really heavy, you know. Wow, brutal. Heftig. And now it becomes steeper again, you know. You see that? What Sache. And on there is the end, you know. But that last edge is steep, very steep. Brutal. That is the steepest in that area, you know. Oh, brutal. Heftig. You see? Wow. Brutal. 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 Oh, heftig. Watch. One time. Wow, brutal. Almost done. Last meters. Wow, we have done it. Wow, Sache. Wow, that was tough. Wow, heavy. Now we drive to the next station. So my friends, now we arrived. We have to cross the tunnel that you have seen already in one of my videos, but I have the lowest thing now in because I drove all down and now up. That is tough, that is long and tough. Here is a real street, there is more traffic, but then we came out in the village and there it is other. But I had to drive a bit to come here, you know. But that is now tough. That we also made one time in complete darkness, in winter darkness, when the Christmas market was on there in the village. But I know exactly, watch now, it is really tough here to come up. Really steep, but I have to watch out that no police comes here, you know. That is tough, though. I have my light on now, but that is really tough, you know. And I remember the Christmas market in the middle of the night, dark, winter, cold. But for that moment, for right now here, for that I drained all the times. All by the weather, where people thought you were crazy or stupid, whatever. Wow. That is tough here. Wow. Watch, that is really steep, you know. Oh, watch. Tough. Lean forward. It goes longer, you know, after the street. And then the last one, that is really, really long. And then it will start. Collect the batteries. I got a shock now. The doggy. And then the end boss, and that will be brutal. I can tell you right now, that will be a fight where you have to give all what you have to succeed, and even with that it can be not enough. Hefty. Lot of cars here on that street, but it's not long. I cannot show you. Wait, after this car I can show you. Oh, Sache. Watch. Oh, that is steep, you know. You see? Hefty. There you lose the energy for then what will come. Brutal jetzt. Jetzt wird's brutal. Jetzt fängt's an, you know. Now it starts. Now the mental power, all what you have is now needed. Now the real journey starts, you know. That I tell you. Here is a bit better, you know, but also steep. Brutal. Heftige. Can you remember that round? That was the ghost fog with the green light at night what we had there. It was a cool round. Cold, winter, no one on the way on the bicycle. You see. Wow. You see. There we come out and then we have to drive on and then enter in this village. It's the other village now, you know. The next one. But it still belongs to the city, you know. But I call it a village, it's up, you know. But that will become much more tough then at the end from that station now. And the last station from here, that only goes up, 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 always the same almost. Never ending story, you know. Brutal. Hey, brutal. This is echt brutal. But that means all nothing if we cannot make the end boss, you know. And that is... Now I have to watch out. This street is much more frequented now. You see, there I came from also a bit upwards, but now here upwards, you know. But tough. No police. Tough. Also upwards here, you know. And the steepest street of all what exists here will still come, you know. And that 5 times extended then to come up. And the steepest part of World Championship in bicycling. The 28% then. Wow, that will be so tough. But the steepest street is much over 30%, you know. Tough. So and from here we have to enter in left, you know, and then we drive up. So watch out. Forward. Don't drive, now I can make a turn. So and that. Ja, dumm, wenn er nicht fährt. So, he's not driving, you know. And here on now, wow, tough. That is also longer now, you know, and steep and tough. Wow. Here it was, you know, the Christmas market. Wow. Then you can imagine that is almost 10 months away. That long I dream that today I think that I have it in my mind that I can do it maybe. Let me see. Up. But still goes, you know. Still goes. It's not that you say, "Boy, I cannot anymore," or it will get tough from the heartbeat, from the breathing. No, all okay. But it is tough, you know. It is really tough. And I imagine only the last part then. Watch out that no car comes. No. You see. Now we come to the main street, you know, where it goes up. You see that? How easy that goes here. with a motor, you know. You sit on a motor and drive up. You know, no problem. But when then people tell me they have succeed something with a motor, man, come on. There I have not much respect, you know. When you have interest, when you are old, or when you say I have no time for fitness, I can only do it once a week, it would be too tough, and so I make it with a motor. Depends which motor, but then I say, yeah, good, great. But then when the people say, yeah, but I have done it with a motor, you know. But when they say, hey, I'm the best here, then no respect, no. They would not succeed one station, you know, not one station, what we did today. So, upwards, you know, it's long. It's hard, you know. Really heavy, but still goes, you know. But now it gets tougher, you know. But that is normal. But still better than ever, you know. But it's not easy, you know, really not easy. You see, upwards. In Steepness comes the curve then, you know. But I remember that in the snow when we did this. But, and for that moment, for today, I trained all of that routes, you know. Really. But, and now it counts. Was this all enough in winter, summer, rain, snow, hours for hours? We will see. Wow. Tough. Wow. Heftig. It's tough because it is so long, you know. But I tell you, then the Hüttinger Hell 5 times extended, when we enter in there, that maybe seems impossible then. But then I really don't know what I should do more. You cannot do more, you know, almost. That is. But it has to be tough, you know, even with all the training, because otherwise it would be easy, you know. Sache. Auf, up. Brutal. Oh. Heftige. Sache. Another car. You see, so long, you know. War brutal. Heftig. War echt zart jetzt. This was really heavy. You see? Boah, zart. Scheiße. It's really tough now. But that is normal. Would be strange if it would be not tough, you know. Wow, heftige. Boah. Brutal. Na, Sache. Scheiße. Sache. After all that long stations. Wow. And now the wine comes to cool. All is wet, you know. Wow. That also was always tough, you know. Especially at the end, you know. You hear them shooting, that they have the shooting trainings thing, you know. What Sache. Tough. You see? Oh, heftig. Brutal. brutal. Now it gets steeper, you know, the left side, where the car comes out. Brutal. It's so heftig, I tell you. Sache. But it will become so a challenge then. Heftig. Brutal. Watch. Wow. But we do it, you know. The curve then, that is so tough. Brutal. You see the curve, then on and then we are there. And then comes the last station before we enter into the end boss. The toughest of them all. Beside demolition tower for the fitness is this with bicycling. The end boss. So. Brutal. You see the last curve now. Oh, heftig. But so zach here. Watch how steep this is. You see that? You can imagine. Wow. Brutal. Wow. Oh, now a car comes. No. But almost done it. Brutal. Wow. Scheiße. Now I have to make quicker. It's an old lady. Scheiße. Here she has no space, you know. Almost done. Oh, zach. Wow. Now we made it. Here we are. Wow. Brutal. Boah, das war zach jetzt. That was really heavy. Now I drive down, then the next station. So my friends, now entrance to the last station before we come to the end boss. Here it is, you know. A longer part. I had to drive a bit outside now. Now we are really a bit outside of the city. And then we have to come again back to the middle. Collect my batteries. But it is on the way, you know. That we have this because that will be a tough part, the final end boss. 5-time extended Hüttinger, you know. But also this now is tough, you know. That is also tough because it is so long, you know. And again the iced tea, you know. Always around same steepness. On. That will bring out the energy once again. But we have to do it, you know. You see. Well, really tough, you know. Watch out, no car. And then we come there to a calisthenics park in the woods, you know. I've shown you that one time, but not the way up there. So it's not tough. That will get tough. Then enter in, and then by the final boss, there it comes the decision, you know. And that will be an absolutely fight. That was all now nothing then in comparison to the end boss, because here that you have to do all what we did now to pass this, but then the energy, the legs, all you feel, and then the final boss will demolish you, I tell you that. And that will be a fight, really. But I give all what I have. You see, up. The long street comes from a tennis club, calisthenics park, but you see it now. Wow. You see the steepness now. Yeah, it's tough. You see. It still goes so, you know. But I tell you, at the end then, the steepest street, that takes out all energy of you, you know. What will come And there you have no brake, nothing. That I film also the drive down a bit, because 5 times extended. Another car. And that is long now, really, you know. That takes out the energy. The end boost takes out the energy of you, you know. He tries his best that you come on demolish there. But even with full power, to do that is brutal. I tell you that. But today is the day. Today, or you have no chance. You see. But that is only the beginning here, you know. The last thing before the end boss. Brutal. That way you get tough, you know. I have only in my mind that end boss now. Maybe you'll see that, I don't know. But here is also tough, you know. Because they go so long, you know. And you have never a quiet thing. Only up, 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 you know. Steep and only up. Nothing other. But we have also to succeed that, you know. You see, that would be the 5th battery, and it is around 43% battery, and by 25 it will shut down, you know. So I think we will achieve that here with that battery, and then I collect the 2 new loaded batteries. Wow. Tough, you know. It goes long, you know. That is the part here, the mental part, when you know how long this is, you know, to drive up, 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 up. Another car. Zach, really zach, you know, heavy. You see, a tractor comes. A tractor. A small one, you know. You see? Go to the passenger way, more safe. See? Not Sache. But we best all stations, you know. All stations we best. Boah. Jetzt wird's richtig zach. Down from the hour. Oh. Now it's all difficult, you know. Still goes, you know, but difficult. Now we come out by the main street, the left one, you know, and then up. But this will be so tough then. You see, all is in my mind the end boss. Only the end boss. How to succeed the end boss. Because when we don't do it there, we have done nothing. Yeah, brutal. If you want or not, you have to go on, you know. It doesn't matter. It's that easy, you know. Here we have to pass the bridge, you know. Come out on the street. Wow, it's tough. Wow, yeah. Now comes the thing where you think, why are you doing that? You know, such things will come now, like a demolition now. Where I tell you, one time they will come, go straight from left, and there they will enter in and say, you know, like there's no one entering in, but in your head where you think, boy, it is now tough, and the body says, no, I don't want anymore, but you have to do it, you know. What Sache. You see, and now up. We go into the woods, but all street, you know. Oh. Wait, I put on my light. Do we have it? Yes. Because here it gets darker, you know, you never know. That's Sache. Danke. Porsche. Geil. But no spider bar, you see. They go so long, I tell you. Wow, the legs now. Fatsache. Scheiße, watch. That is frustrating when you see that mentally. That breaks you down. Wow. Sache. Scheiße. Jetzt geht's richtig zach. Jetzt wird's richtig zach. War brutal. Scheiße. War das wird so zach werden dann. War das wird brutal werden noch. All here, all what we did counts nothing. Because now it depends on the end boss. You know, that here, if you do that or not, the end boss is then the important thing. After all of them, you hear the tennis players. What Sache. But das wird so brutal werden, no? That will be so brutal then. Will become brutal. What Sache. You see the nice tennis club. And no one drains on the wall. I've never seen one in the wall. But watch, wow. So Sache. Brutal. That is heavy, you know. I hope the battery still runs 36%. Ah. You never know, you know, these batteries are old, they are years old. They don't last that long, but the air comes out. What's up? You see always the same steepness, up. But also this we will do. Still good, but you feel it really now, you know. But it's normal. But still good, but it is tough now. Really tough. Car. And up. And see. You have to go up, you know. There comes then the calisthenics back on the right side in the woods, you know, a wooden one, nice one. But who comes up there to train then, you know, the steep street? Wow, this is zach. Brutal. Wow. Watch. But the steepest street comes, you know. Wow. Heftig, eh? Heavy. Brutal. Brutal. Es wird so zach. I cannot repeat it often enough, you know, that this will become so tough then, because I know it. I have to say this always again. because that prepares me mentally, you know, that I know what will come, you know. Otherwise, then you fall down from the bicycle. You have no chance. Boah, it's so long. I told you. Brutal. But I don't know how many hours we are on the way right now. No idea. Many, or? Wow. And you go on and on and on. On and on and on. Brutal. Watch. Heavy. But we do it, you know. King of steepness we are in. Almost come to the end boss. To the end boss, you know. The end boss. From King of Steepness. The toughest bicycling all around. Nothing tougher than this, you know. Anyway. Another car. Wow. Had to go down to the cobblestones, you know, that he can pass. But not that long anymore, you know. Then comes the calisthenics park. But we succeed also this, you know. Hopefully the battery lasts how much? 32, but now it becomes dangerous. But here on, you know, you see the calisthenics park from here at the end, where we are almost there then, you know. So that is also possible. But really tough. Wow. That is a heavy route, you know. Scheiße. But we do it, you know, we do it. But I don't want to drive faster now because of the battery. I have to be in my pace that I succeed then maybe the end boss. Wow. But still goes, you know, I can talk, you see. The breathing is good, the heartbeat is good, the legs are good. But it is tough, you know, really tough. Brutal. Heftig. Brutal. Heavy. So was tough. Here you see the calisthenics park, you know. Almost arrived. But all is wet, you know. Not much anymore, you know. It's a tough route. The last before the end boss. The last meters on there. Here you see it. The calisthenics park. But who walks up here, drives up here with bicycle to train here? Only the wanderer. Those who walk here in the mountains, then they see that and make a few exercise. Or you drive here with car and barky, you know. But almost done, you know. Heftig, really heavy. But you see, almost there. Tough part, really tough. But the end boss then, scheiße, das wird so heftig. That gets so brutal then. Scheiße, the steepest street. How will you come up the steepest street after all of that? Das wird zart. That will get so tough. My mind is only by the end boss. Almost done, you know. Not much anymore. You can see Almost there. Still driving. I see the last, the Schranken, you know. The doorway is on there. There is the end. Oh, you can see, maybe I will not see on the right angle. Almost done. Few meters. Oh. Yeah, tough route, you know. Drive all down, back to the city, then collect the batteries and then up to the middle in the city, and then it starts. 5-time extended Hüttinger Höhe. Oh, wird das zart. Das wird so brutal. Heftig. Oh, brutal. Almost there, you know, until to the Schranken and then drive right on. Oh, brutal. Boah. Heftig. My ass hurts the most, you know. All other goes. Oh, brutal. Almost there, you see. Now it comes flatter. We have done it. The battery was there. How much? Wow, 26 now. We have done it. Wow, brutal gewesen. Heftig. Das war echt zart jetzt. Wow, now it becomes tough, you know. Now, here we make the turn, you see. Da is the Schranken, the doorway right, you see. And here we have succeeded. Yes, the last station. Now the doorway opens up to the end boss. Finally, after all the year training, the end boss opens up the door now. And now it will become much harder than all what you have seen now today. Now it becomes the toughest of all. Maybe it becomes the toughest part in all videos what I made in all over 820, 830 videos, you know. Beside Demolition Tower, those two are the hardest of all. I drive down and then you see us at the entrance, you know. So my friends, now it will be the decision. The final end boss enters in here, you know. There is the entrance now, the 5 entrances. Wow. You know, here I have to wait for the thing, but here we have to watch out for the police, you know. The first entrance, the second one they go, but then it will get asocial, you know, brutal, I tell you that. But here we have really to watch, you know, because here to drive up is normally not a good idea, you know. But no police. Go down. Now we drive up. Here he comes, the end boss of King of Steepness, and that will get brutal, I swear you. I got my battery fully loaded now, and now here is the entrance, you know. But then the 3rd, the 4th and the 5th, then it will be asocial, you know. I don't know if I can do it. All went good until now, but really I have no idea, you know. Because last time, you know, when I made the 75%, I thought until to the second last entrance, you know, I will do it, and then it became so brutal. The toughest ride of my life with a bicycle, you know. And that we will see now. But I don't know, you know. Here he goes upwards, not much, not far, but you feel it, you know, in the legs. But then the 3rd, the 4th and the 5th entrance. There come the steepest street of all what you have seen today. And then to enter in without a break, you know, I will film also the drive down now, that you see that I do it by once, you know. But I don't know. Easy. All up. But that goes, you know. And the second one also, where we have to drive down and the same up, and then the final boss will show all what he has. And that is, you cannot imagine how much this will be, you know. See, here it is so small that only one car has space. But well, if we don't succeed now, the final boss, all was for nothing. Game over, you know. Game over. You have done nothing. If you make one station, all uninteresting. The final boss has to be made. When it became cold, you know, at home, I took another t-shirt, another underwear and socks, because they were completely wet, and now it became really, really fresh, you know. I've seen a lot of people with winter caps. I have also one by me by driving down. So the first entrance we have arrived, you know, and now we make the second one that also goes, you know. And then welcome to the toughest thing of all. Here it is a bit straight, you know, that we come to the entrance. So we have to watch out for the cars. Does it go? Yes. So that we have to drive down now and all up, you know. That is the second entrance, because on that platform there the real hell starts then. After 5 times the entrance, but watch now how steep this is, you know, it's really tough. That is much heavier than the other one. And then the third and fourth and fifth steepest of all streets here, you know. So have to be careful, you know, lean so much backward. Then we have to drive all up here, you know. But that also, that shall go. That should be not the problem. It is tougher, but then the journey starts, you know. Then I tell you really, the end was all stations now. What we did was only that you get tired, that your energy goes out of the legs, that you get frustrated mentally and on and on. Because here is then the toughest. And these two first entrances from the 5-time extended Höttinger Höll, they are also there that you get mentally broken down, you know. But not with me, you know. So to the last 3 entrances, and there the journey starts completely new, you know. And that we will see. So we almost arrived now at the down. So you see, almost underground now, and here we turn, and now it starts. Oh, that will be tough now. So, entrance. But that second one should be no problem. But when you know what comes there, then 2 of the steepest street of all, you know. I tell you it again, the steepest street of all. And there you have then to grab your bicycle, because you have to go a few stairs that you come up to the other street. And that is... And then comes maybe the second steepest street of all, you know. And then to enter in, I don't know how many hours we are on the bicycle. And then the legs are so burning there that you have to fight on, you know. That is so steep that you have to lean forward, because otherwise you fall back, you know. But here he goes, you know, the steep comes at the middle, at the end. And now we will see. Because there comes one time a point where you think you cannot anymore. Your legs cannot anymore. And when that happens, you have a big problem, you know. Because how will you come up then, you know? Höttinger Höll, the steepest part then, from the original, when we enter in after 5 entrances, 28%, you know. And that is long. but I have to put up my thing. It is cold, you know, but it is very fresh, you know. So, and here you don't have to be that quick, you know, because then you lose all the energy. Because you think, yeah, that goes. But I tell you, another doggy what we flying. Now, really, from the whole day, right now here, you have to succeed, you know, of course, with all the training, all what we did. But now, the journey really starts. From here on, it will be decided, you know, who wins, me or the end boss. You see? Now watch, it's very steep, you know. Of course I feel it now, you know, from all those hours. But now, all what I have thought the whole day, that will come now. So, all with the e-bikes, you know. Young, fresh, but all need an e-bike. Why? So that is a bit steep, you know. So now, now we get to. So we have to drive this little bit back, those few meters, you know, and then we enter in the left side, and then that gets heavy. Oh wait, my camera. So now it really counts. So drive on. Forward. They are waiting so long already, you know, until they decide if they drive or not. I don't get it. So now watch. That is now steep, you know. Go down. And here we make a round, you know, and then entrance 4 and 5, even here now, you know. When you feel it here already, that you say, boy, I don't think I can get it, I have no chance. All was for nothing, all. I show you that. Wow. That gets really steep up, you know, and longer. And then the next street is the steepest of all streets what I know here. The steepest of all what you have seen today. Now watch on there. Oh, tough. But then this is entrance 3, the middle one. But the middle one is also tough. But 4 and 5, this is brutal. Only with a fight you will come on. I tell you that. But you will see that. And then to enter in the hell, I don't know. Fresh, you know. You see. But that goes longer on. We have now to make the right turn. You see. All is wet already, you know. Even the new t-shirt. But that was important, you know, because I had to drive here and with the cold things, and when you drive straight, that is not good, you know. So it was a good decision when I took the battery at home to change the underwear and t-shirt. So here at the curve becomes really steep again. What? Tatsache. I will be so a fight then. But I'm prepared mentally. The whole day, you know it. I told the whole day about this. Because I know what comes now. Even with the best training, it will get brutal. Another karma. What's doing in there? You see? I have to pass it. So, and now up. Wow, heftige, wow. Wow, I have to fight on the wheel. Watch, wow. Wow. Tough. Watch this. Wow. It's brutal. Wow. Heftig. Boah, das war jetzt so heftig, man. Das will gleich so brutal dann. Wow. Boah, das war jetzt so scheiße, man. Tough. That is so steep here, you know. You see that? Wow. Scheiße. Heftig. But it really got so a fight then to come up there, you know. Scheiße. Boah. Tough. Really scheiße now. Boah. But it was so tough, man. Like at demolition tower, those stairs to crawl all down. The same toughness will be here, you know. But here, almost made the side, but that is the middle one. Now, the two toughest. Boah, das war so tough. Boah, das war so tough, man. You can train whatever you want. That is now a fight. From the fourth one then. Tatsache. Brutal. Boah. Boah, wir sind da. Puh. Heftig. Boah. But not far anymore. The third one. But then this is brutal. When you see this, the next street, the next station, better words, the fourth entrance of the final boss is the entrance, you know. When you see that street, normally you would say, even by walking you would say no, don't want, that is crazy, you know. When you see that in life, that is brutal. You know, still goes, but now the legs you feel, you know. And there you never know when the point comes where it doesn't go anymore. Because there is a tough route to come up then. You see on there is the ending of the entrance, and then we have to drive down to come to the fourth entrance. Heftig. Heavy. But it's always heavy, you know. That is not unnormal. But no, you know, with the no brake, that is the tough thing. Wow, that is brutal, man. And here we see also the fifth entrance then. Wow, and from there then to go in, wow, that brutal. Das war jetzt so zart, man. Hello, danke. Yeah. Wow, now we have to drive down. The woman made so, you know, because it is so steep, you know. And I show you here the steepness of the fifth entrance. That is brutal. The normal street, you know. And that is the fifth entrance, here down. You don't see how far it goes down, you see. Wow. But then we have also to drive down because this is the normal street. We make the hell the toughest, you know. But now it starts with my camera. I have to change it because of this bump. Now it starts, you know. For those entrance 4, 5 and then the hell, that is what I talking about the whole day now. Now comes the decision. We conquered the final boss, entrance 1 and 2, but that was in my mind I will do it, you know. But now, this wird jetzt so zart, man. You know, with all, even with all my training and all what I have, even with that, you don't know. Das wird so zart, man. Game over, or do we conquer final boss and be king of steepness, you know, my created thing. 1 year trained for that, you know, over 1 year. Wait, the camera, it's always this bam bam, but the car comes, I cannot change it now. You have to wait. You know, the drive down is also not relaxing, because with the brakes I always have to grab it very hard. The 30-year-old brakes is not relaxing, you know. And with the cars behind, but you have to wait that I can change the, it has changed from the bam 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 on the street, the angle, you know. But wait, a few meters we have to come. This car behind me don't drive forward, you know, it's scared. Wait. You have to wait. Don't drive forward, you know. Because otherwise I could change it now. Yeah, it is what it is. So you have to wait. I enter out here. Then he can drive. I don't know where he comes from. We will see it. Now I have it. Oh, from my city. Oh, go down again. So, and now, if you think that was not tough, boy, then watch out now what comes. Now it becomes the fight. Nothing other, you know. Mentally, all. So, we drive left down. And then we will see. Cold, you know, very fresh. But it will get so hot now, it is hot for me. So a little bit down and then we are here. Entrance 4. This is brutal. It's not long, you know, but that is the steepest street of all streets what I know. There you have to fight on, you know, a few meters only. So almost there. So he passes me. The other one also passes me. And now, wait. I have to go in the other one. Come a bit forward. So wait. Almost there, you know. Now it goes a bit upwards and then left in. And so don't judge this one by you think, yeah, you have to drive down, that is relaxing. It's no. When you see that now, those two things, and then to enter in after all those hours. So you know, only a bit upwards. This is the main street now from here, and then drive in. Only the view is carrying. Oh, I see it now. I see it. What is it? Now watch. You will not see it with the wide angle, but that now is brutal. Welcome to the steepest street of all here. So, here we enter in. Wow, now it will become a fight after all those hours. I tell you that. Wow. So, it will be brutal, you know. Brutal. On there it is, you know. Wow. Wow. Das wird so zart, man. and then the 5th entrance, and then we go on to the hell. Wow. Now the final boss, these are the last steps to conquer it, you know. The last steps on there. When you see that in real, that street, you know, that looks unreal, I tell you that. That looks so mind-blowing, you know. You see now, she runs on there. You see, but that is so brutal. That we gotta fight now. Scheiße. But when I see that now after all those hours, Scheiße. You see that? Oh, Scheiße, now we have to enter in. There's no other possibility now. Now, welcome to all of today. Oh, Scheiße. Oh, Zach. Boah. War brutal. Boah, wie ein, you know. Boah. Scheiße. Boah. Oh, Zach. Boah, lean forward. Boah, Zach. Boah. Boah. Brutal. Boah, ist das heftig. Boah. Boah, Zach. Boah. Boah, ist das Zach. Boah. Always a fight here.
Super, nicht elektrisch.
Ja,
Bravo.
seit 9 in der Früh am Weg nur die steilsten hängen.
Ach so,
Und jetzt dann noch die Höttinger Hölle.
ja.
Oh, almost done now. Now we have to carry the bike. Boah, Sache. Boah. After all those many hours, here we have to carry. Zach. Boah. That we gotta fight then, you know. Now even to drag this bicycle. But we let her best, you know, she's faster than me. Tough, you know. Tough. And now the 5th entrance. Boah. That is almost same steepness, you know. And then we enter in. Boah. In the morning we started, no break, and now you see, oh, wow, 12 kilo 5 to carry up. Scheiße, where is this Sache? You see, I have to carry it with one hand. Hey, Scheiße, where is this Sache? But that we get to a fight then. I've told you that. I know it. Puh. You see, boah, so zart. Boah, brutal. Boah, das war jetzt so scheiße, Mann. Brutal. Boah, Sache. Boah. You know what, carry on. Brutal. But I have to go on. No time to stay. Boah, scheiße. Mal so Sache. Weil das ist so brutal, I swear you. Boah, brutal. Mal so Sache. Das ist brutal. 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 Boah. Boah, scheiße. Boah. Boah, das wird so zart werden. Boah, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know. I'm 100% there to do it, but that is so tough. I never give up, you know. But I tell you only, that is, my mind now says no, not possible, you know. But I have to do it, no matter what, you know. Now there's this 5th entrance, same steepness, immediately there, you know. Only those few meters. Oh, so zart. Have I in there? Wait. Oh, das wird so zart werden. Oh, brutal. Hey, es ist so zart. You have seen it now. all stations, all went good, you know. But that, after all those hours, that is so tough now. We have to wait. And here it is, you know, 1, 2, and now, oh, scheiße. Wow, watch at that street. Wow, and the last is the steepest. Wow. And then we enter in the Hölle. Oh, scheiße. Wow. Watch that. Wow. Es ist so zart, ich schwör's euch. But now it's, wow, this wird so zart. Wow. Wow, scheiße, das ist a fight, you know. Wow, scheiße. Scheiße, hey. Ich hab's genau gewusst, hey. I knew it. Ah, brutal. But are we tough enough or not? And one more time. I have to go to the wing. And then the steepest is on the curve. Wow, brutal. This is so tough, ich schwör's euch. You cannot imagine how tough this is. All other mountains are nothing against this. Nothing. Wow, brutal. Watch. One more time. Scheiße. But now the steepest. It is so steep. You have to lean forward. Watch now. The curve. Water. War das weit so zart. Bitte. Forward. Komm jetzt. Jetzt zählt Zeit. Alles was hast, gib ein jetzt. Komm jetzt. Du schaffst. Boah. One time. Boah. Komm jetzt. Brutal. Boah. Kim. Das Box. Zaun jetzt. Boah. Brutal. Boah. Yes. Boah, brutal. Boah. Was ist das da? Boah, heftig. And now the entrance. And now the bus comes. Boah. Brutal. But better than the last time. I was like a small one. But this was tough here. Well, you have seen it. Without fighting, I have no chance. Mentally, all has to be there. But my mind was like, you cannot do it. But then you have to say, no, I do that, no matter what. And now we have made all entrances. The final boss has not succeeded now. But now he comes, the final boss. 5 entrances we made. And now we are allowed to enter in the last part to conquer the top. Then we have the final boss made, King of Steepness. But I drive down to the main place, and there it starts. You know. That is now a long route. Oh, brutal. Hey, brutal. Das war echt zart jetzt. And now the steepest part of World Championship comes from 218, 28%. And long. And the steepest comes at the end only, you know. That was really tough. So, the last meters down, you know, same route as before. I show you that one time. Wow. And now it counts. We have succeeded. But the 4th one was tough. There I really thought, oh. Now it was also tough, but a bit better than the 4th, you know. And now we have to do the last part, you know. Otherwise we are game over. And all was for nothing. Yes or no, you do it or not. And I say I do it, no matter what, you know. if you want or not, does all not count. You only have to go on. It's very simple. Your mind, your body always says cannot anymore, but of course you can. You have to go on, you know. That is the key. So and now it starts. So here was the entrance before, the second one, and we drive now to the first entrance, the second entrance, that was the first, and from here right it starts, you know. So, and that is long, you know. And then at the end the steepest. So here right in it starts. Now, the final boss is here, you know. 5 entrances, he could not succeed against us. But now, that will be the question, you know. This route I trained 5 times in a row, you know, Höttinger Höll, 5 times in a row. And that I made not with last limit, you know. But that means nothing now, you know. But maybe that helped all the training. So it begins very easily upwards, then a bit steeper, then again, and then it always comes more and more and more. So we drive this route, you know, that is the steeper part. Always what I drive, you know it, maybe. Hey, brutal. King of steepness. The final chapter now. I cannot believe it, you know. That all went so good now. Even with fighting, but that is normal, you know. That you have to know that this will come, but that I told you the whole day. And now here comes a bit of steep part, you know. Steep but not long, and then the main street, and then the decision will fall. Game over, or we succeeded. Oh. So we turn left, there comes a steeper part. It was nice in winter by ice, when it was slippery. You know, we trained in winter, in summer, by rain, by snow. All conditions we were here, you know. So you see now. The small thing, wow. We have to go on. Wow, what was that? Oh, das war brutal, man. There is no relax time now. And you know what will come there. The final boss. So we arrive at the main street again. Goes also upwards, you know, right? But not that steep. And then it becomes steeper, 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 steeper and steeper. Oh, you see? Goes upwards. And now, I don't know. I have no idea if we can do it or not. Das war brutal, man. The cars have now all the weight, you know, no matter what. And I'm now here, I cannot go down from the bicycle. You see? But from right on it goes better, there are not many cars. It's only that little part here. Bullshit again. You see now it becomes steeper. And then, but that is the easiest part now here, you know. You see? Wow. Es wird so brutal. Boah. Now you see. I don't know how many hours we have, you know. I don't know. Wow. here it goes, but it will become so tough then. And when I go one time down, all was for nothing today. Then we are game over. That you always have to think on. No matter what, you have to go under. And it will get not easy. No. When it becomes already dark now, you know. You see the clouds in also, I don't know, evening, I don't know how late it is. Wow. Brutal. Scheiße. From here on it starts now, the journey. Here we arrive now. Here it becomes steeper and then steeper until to the 28% and long, you know. Another car, but better here than going on. You see, now it goes up, you know. Jetzt wird's Tag, man. Scheiße. But the whole day was for that final chapter now, you know. He stands. What are you doing? Drive on. Another car, man. Why are so many cars here now? Again the Porsche, was für ein Depp. IL. Because here you're not allowed, you know. Only the people who live here, you know. Well, I'm also allowed because my grandmother lived here, you know, so I have no problem. So, here it starts, you know. But it's very tough, man. The 5 times in a row what we trained here, that training maybe counts now, you know. In winter, in summer, by rain, by snow, by coldness, by hotness, all the time, you know. So, she smiled, it was nice. But you see it now, wow. Das war zart, man, jetzt. Hallo. Oh, now watch. Or I think on there the rain will be here, but that is now uninteresting, you know. There we have to go up now. I seen the people how they looked at me. What? There is one driving up there. Oh. Yeah, it's wow. That is heavy, you know. Now it gets steeper, you know. Now it counts. Wow, this wird so tough, man. It will get so tough then, you watch. Oh. You know, I feel the legs, but not that you have to go down, but you think then, is this possible or not, that comes to your mind. That is the thing, but always you have to say yes. Only do it, you know. Uninteresting, only do it. But es wird so tough, man. Servus. Watch. Wow. Can we succeed, King of Steepness? For 1 year, over 1 year, we train with bicycle all those roads. 200 kilometers. A few times more and less than 200. 10, 11, 12 hours on a bicycle on one day. I trained with a kettlebell in front of a 22 kilo city bike and drove hours. I drove the steepest parts to mountains, 1,900 meters on one day down, and on the other side 2,300 meters and down on one day. The half route of the Ötztaler Radmarathon, and on and on and on. And all that maybe we count now. But you see, genau jetzt. So ein Drecksscheiße. Genau wieder da Auto, immer wieder. Das ist so scheiße. But now I have to drive, you know. There is no matter what, we have to wait now. And now it becomes more steeper, you know. But all that routes, the trainings, 35 hours a week on a bicycle makes it, you know, maybe we can succeed it now. And now the steepest of all will come. Now here's the second steepest. And then I will tell you. Scheiße. Jetzt wird's zart. I have to put it down because it is hot. Es wird jetzt zart. Watch. Es wird brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Boah, zart. Es wird so heftig. Watch. But the 28 will still come on there, you know. Scheiße. Boah, Sache. A doggy. You see? Oh, heftig. Es wird so brutal werden noch. Scheiße. Hello. You see how steep. Oh, now it gets really dark, you know. You will not see it on the camera, but jetzt kommt der Scheißteil. I have it to now really scheiße. I have to say scheiße, scheiße, scheiße what will come. Das wird jetzt so zart werden. I cannot say it often enough. I have to prepare with those words, you know. That helps me. Watch. Hey, das wird so zart. Sorry that I say that so often. I have to. Watch now. Fuck. This is brutal. But the 28 still will come, you know. But this is so zart. Scheiße. Watch. Yeah, brutal. What shall I say? So hefty. And that with the camera in the hand, you know. Na, brutal. Another car. Watch. Wow. Heftig. Another dog. Watch. You see that steepness. And here I have shown you from this carry station what I told when we were on. Here comes Hüttinger Hill, where I have shown you down there. Brutal. Oh, heftig. Also, Sache. Here comes this house ride to show you. There we have, I told you, after many hours we will arrive here. Brutal. Here it is. And there on that street we show from back on there, you know, maybe you see. I cannot show you. I have to lean forward. Das ist brutal. Das ist wirklich brutal. Das ist brutal. My another car. Why? Now the 28 will come then. Not long anymore. But now it is the decision. Not brutal. Können Sie da? Boah, so zart. Wow. Another car. Das gibt's ja nicht. Das tut sie jetzt alle da. Da wohnt ja keiner oben von euch. Ah, scheiße. Another one. Piece of it. You know, most of them drive that route because it is a shortcut. They are not allowed to drive here. You know? That is why I say pizza. Wow. Now, welcome to the steepest. It's here, and then after the curve is even more steeper. The 28. Brutal. Wahnsinn. Bitte, bitte, please, please. Mal wieder so ein scheiß Karren, ey. Verpisst euch einmal, ey. Scheiße, ey. Steepness. Da wohnt sicher keiner oben, ey. Von euch Arschlöchern. But this can wait. I go not down from the bicycle. Can do whatever you want. Scheiße. Mal another one. Was ist denn mit euch? Das Pfeifen ist. Solche Pfeifen. Now the steepest comes, you know. You see now. Yeah. Puh. Jetzt kommen vor. Zaraui-Boy. Na vorher, du Pfeifen. Man, now I had to go down from the bicycle. Wow, der Scheiß. Nein. Das ist unbelievable. Was für Pfeifen. Das gibt's nicht. Was für Arschlöcher. Man, schau dir das an. Hey. Was sind das für dumme Leute? Das ist so brutal. Hey. Solche dummen Hunde. Hey, brutal. Das regt mich so auf. But I would have done it, you know. Solche dummen Hunde. They're for sure all not allowed, you know. You should pick them up all by own. Du wartest jetzt so um den Pfeifen da. Wow. Ma. But what shall you do? That is what can happen, you know. That is the part, you know. But I would have done it, you know. It is tough. Scheiße. But what shall I do, you know? Yeah, it is what it is, you know. I cannot change it. And now welcome to 28%. Brutal. Echt brutal. Maybe tougher when you have to go down than if you would drive on. I don't know. Because you think rest time, the body says no. Brutal. What's up here? 28 now. the steepest part of World Championship. But lean forward, my wheel. It's on net. Now it counts. War brutal. War Sache. The front wheel. Wow. I tell you then something. That happened once also here with the cars. What Sache. Brutal. Komm jetzt. What Sache. Brutal. What Sache. Almost done. Brutal. Ist echt Sache. Brutal. Almost done the steepest. Brutal. Here it is, I don't know, 18%. Brutal. When we're on, I say you something. Brutal. Hefty. The last part now. Then we have succeed King of Steepness. Also with that going down, I cannot change it, but I will tell you something. I drove faster a few meters because the car was behind of me. Because I thought I come to the edge and then he will drive fast on. No, he didn't do that. And so I drove faster than normally, where you lose so much energy. And then I had a break, then it comes together again, you know what I mean. That we had also one time. Now, the final thing, even with that thing now, but that was not my fault, you know. When we are on the platform, we have achieved it. King of Steepness. Brutal. Well, you have to be careful that you don't fall down from the bicycle, that it doesn't get blurry, you know. I have to drive a bit. Still is a little bit steep, you know, but almost there. Wait, we have to make the platform as always. Only there we have done it. What Sache. I lean with my underarm on the base of the bicycle. Wow. But you have already light on there. Almost done here. We have done it, but the platform now. Wow. Brutal. Wow. I cannot. Only when we are on there, then I can be happy. Wait. So, the last meters to arrive at the top where we can watch down. Watch now. The last meters. We conquered King of Steepness. Now, here left on it is. The last meters now. Wow. Now. Wow. Yes! We made it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Wait. What makes my... Wow. They are shaking. There he goes. The legs. But I'm better than last time. Wow, brutal. We have done it. Yes. Yes. Wow, brutal. King of Steepness. After all, over a year, you know, all those routes, by darkness, by winter, by snow, by rain, 200 kilometers, 5 times this up in a row, and now we made it. You know, it frustrates me a bit because of this car, but I think I would have done it. It would be much more a fight than now, but you have seen it until there I didn't have to go down. Only because of the car. But still it counts to me, you know, because what shall you do? Wow, brother, we have made King of Steepness, you know. That is the toughest thing from all over 830-40 videos with demolition tower. Demolition tower is the fitness part, and that is the bicycle part. I trained my ass off, 35 hours on a bicycle in 1 week. And even with that, you have seen it now. That is what I told the whole day. That will get brutal, even with all the training. All the mountains, we drove to that mountain on there, 2,300 meters, and on that 1,900 on 1 day. That is easier, I tell you that. It is so much easier because you drive then all down, you have rest, and it is not that steep like those steep parts what we made today. But now, how late is it, I don't know, and how cold is it now? I have so warm now, you cannot imagine. It feels like 30 degrees. All is wet, watch, you see that? That is all wet, So how late will it be? I have no idea. Wait. So how late? 19 o'clock, 19:03. You see 25 of December, that you see that, like at morning. And how many degrees do we have? 13, or 13 degrees. 19 o'clock, Wait, we went down 4:10 o'clock, over 9 hours. Yeah, with the be at home small bath, over 9 hours on the way. Only steep parts after steep part. Brutal. But I have to drink something because it is a bit blurry, Water. So I cannot be that happy to shout and jump because you feel it, I was often here when I thought I will fall asleep, But now I feel it. I have to move a bit, Wow, that was tough. I drink something, drive down. King of steepness. Yes. Bam.